Advocacy Movement. Sons and daughters of this land, bound by purpose, driven by hope. For every child, every mother.
Dr. Sise, I think that now.
We rise for unity. We fight.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the SLAM mini conference this evening. We're sorry about the slight delay starting the program. We will start the program with opening prayers. I don't know whether Anne-Marie has been spotlighted. Is she in here to introduce the people who are going to pray? If not, Dr. Sise, you can just let us know who the people are that are going to be praying.
Do we have, thank you very much, Co-Chair, Madam Fatima Sise, and sharing a platform with me tonight. Welcome, everyone. Can we go straight to the program? Madam Anne-Marie, are you around? Do we have Madam Anne-Marie to... Okay. If we don't have Madam Anne-Marie, do we have Mr. Ali? Muslim prayer. Can you hear me, everyone? Madam Fatima, you are muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Do we have Mr. Aliuba?
Yes, he is right here.
Please lead us in Muslim prayer.
Thank you very much, sir. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Good evening from me on site in London, UK. Mina Ali Mba, they reside in London, UK. So let's get started, please. Thank you. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Ya Allah, we thank you for this special day in our country's political history. Through your divine power, Ya Allah, guide, protect, and bless all the discussions in this virtual conference. Let this virtual conference usher in peace, tranquility, and good but rightful political power in our Mama Salon. Through your blessings, Ya Allah. May your positive will be done in Sierra Leone, Ya Allah. Ameen, Ya Rabbi. Ladies and gentlemen, can we recite the Al-Fatiha, please? For those who cannot, please just say Ameen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanirrahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal lazina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin. May Ya Allah grant us peace and quiet in this meeting. Ameen, Ya Rabbi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ba. We pray that all of those prayers and be the actual chairperson in this particular program. Can we have Madam Abibatu Rami from the United States to lead us in? Madam Rami?
Yes, my blessed evening to everyone. Our Father and our God, we bless you tonight. We thank you. We magnify you. We give you glory. We give you honor. You are a God of justice. In Psalm 103, verse 6, you said, the Lord executes righteousness and justice for all who are oppressed. Father, we know that you have the final say. For what is impossible with man is possible with God. For with God, everything is possible to those that believe. Father, we believe that 2023 elections were stolen in broad daylight, and the voice of the people were suppressed. So we depend upon you tonight in the mighty name of Jesus, that you will be amongst us. Your presence will be felt in the name of Jesus. We thank you, King of Glory, for who you are and whose we are in Christ Jesus. We hand over this meeting into your capable hands. You say, whatever we hand over, we commit, you are able to keep. We say, you lead as we follow in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, we bless you because we believe you have the final say, and you have heard the petitions and the cry of each and every one of the Sierra Leoneans who stood that day, rain, sun, or storm, to cast their vote for Dr. Samura. We hand over this meeting into your capable hand. You said in Micah 6:8, what is good and what does the Lord require but to do justice? And the justice is this Jesus that we serve. And we bless you, we give you glory, we give you honor, we commit this time into your capable hands. We bless you for a fruitful meeting. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you so much, Madam Darami from the United States, for that prayer. We pray that all of that God approves of. To mark religious diversity, as in everything in Sierra Leone, we have a sister who will lead us in prayer as a Buddhist. Madam Fatima Sise of the UK, I co-host, over to you. Could you lead us in prayer as a...
Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. This is the beauty of our country, Sierra Leone, that we are religious tolerant. So I'm a Buddhist. I'm going to recite the title of the Lotus Sutra, Nam-myoho Renge Kyo, 3 times. And we call on the protective forces to really protect this meeting tonight, and for wisdom, for understanding, for respect and dignity to prevail. As we celebrate our Buddhist Foundation Day today, the 95th anniversary, it couldn't have come at a better time. So we pray that this meeting goes well for everyone and everyone takes away something. Nam-myoho Renge Kyo, Nam-myoho Renge Kyo, Nam-myoho Renge Kyo. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I wonder whether you wanted to pick things up from there, please.
Okay, so thank you. My name is Fatima Sise, and I'll be co-hosting with Dr. Mohamed Sise tonight. You may see the Sise, but they're spelled differently. So he's my husband, but not my husband. We would like to call on Marie H from the Netherlands to introduce the executive of SLAM. Over to you, Marie.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As you heard from Madam Fatima Sise, my name is Marie H. Kamara from the Netherlands. I have the privilege to present the executive of the SLAM Global. If I may start, I will start with our DG, Dr. Alfred A. Venod Fuller from the United Kingdom. We have Mr. Hassan Augustine Toure, also from the United Kingdom. We have Dr. Robert Cargo. He is from the United States of America. Madam Beatrice Conte, also from the United States of America. Dr. Mohamed Sise from the United Kingdom. Madam Zainab Omoinimi. Sorry if I pronounce it bad, but she's also from the United Kingdom. Mr. Santigi Koroma, United States of America. Mr. Aliuba, United Kingdom. Madam Anne-Marie de Mera from Spain. Mr. Samuel Benjamin Conte, Sierra Leone. Mr. Karifa Kamara, the Netherlands. Mr. John Conte, the Netherlands. Mr. Andrew Kamara, Sweden. Madam Mariam Kamara, the Netherlands. Mr. Dauda B. Kanu, Norway. Mr. John Beiro, Finland. Madam Fatima Sise, United Kingdom. Mr. Abu Shah, United Kingdom. Professor Mohamed Y. Bangura, United Kingdom, and he's also the project coordinator for SLAM. Mr. Umar F. Toure, he's from Germany. Madam Esther Abibatu Darami, United States of America. Professor John Fode Toure, United States of America. Madam Kadita Rawali, United Kingdom. And myself, of course, Marie H. Kamara, the Netherlands. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Marie H, for that. We would now call on Madam Beatrice Conte to introduce us, the host. Over to you. Is Beatrice Conte there? No? Okay, let's don't waste any more time as time is fast spent. We can introduce ourselves. So I'll let Dr. Sise start.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Mohamed Sese. I am a medical practitioner in the UK. I trained as a medical doctor in Sierra Leone and worked there for many years. And then over here in the UK, I've been a medical practitioner, a consultant. The last 10 years, I work with Northeast London Foundation Trust. I'm a lead consultant in a clinical decisions. I'm an ardent of
I was mute, Dr. Sise. I'm back. Sorry, somebody mute me. Yeah.
Would you want
Hello?
to?
Yes, I can well.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Sorry, guys. I was on they mute me. I tried to unmute myself. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My role here this evening is to introduce the two hosts that are leading this mini conference. It is a true honor to introduce our first distinguished guest, Dr. Sise. Dr. Sise brings an impressive clinical background spanning both Sierra Leone and the United Kingdom. He's a trained and worked as a medical director in Sierra Leone, long-standing medical practitioner in the UK, served as a consultant for close to 10 years, currently holds the position of lead consultant in clinical decisions unit at the Northeast London NHS Foundation Trust. Beyond this demanding clinical career, Dr. Sise demonstrates a deep commitment to global health and social justice. He is dedicated founder and chairman of the Well-Body Group, as a registered health charity based in the UK, dedicated to helping those in need. Furthermore, he is a vocal and passionate advocate for human rights, good governance, and justice, using his platform to promote positive social change. He is also a dedicated family man married with two lovely boys. It is clear that Dr. Sise embodies both clinical excellence and strong humanitarian spirit. Please join me in giving a very welcome to Dr. Sise. And the next Our host is Mrs. Fatmata Sise. Mrs. Fatmata Sise is a Sierra Leonean by birth, an accomplished professional currently based in the UK. Fatima has dedicated her career to the vital field of education and lifelong learning. Her professional mastery includes working as a qualified assessor and quality assurance officer. And she currently utilizes her expertise as a skill coach for one of the UK's foremost training organizations. She has a master's degree in sustainable development and a graduate degree in humanities and social sciences. Her core interests include the environment, peace, politics, and sustainability. It is this dedication to sustained empowerment from the classroom to global policy issues that make her a perspective so valuable today. Please help me welcome Mrs. Fatima Sise. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that amazing introduction. I'll hand over to Dr. Sise to introduce Dr. Fuller, who would give us an overview of the program.
Thank you very much, Madam Fatima Sise, and thank you for that introduction. Just before I go on to do that task of introducing Madam Fuller, I would to give us the opportunity to steer this program with my co-host and distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends of Sierra Leone as we commemorate the International Day of Tolerance on the 16th of November this week. On behalf of my co-host and SLAM membership, I wish to this important SLAM Global Conference. This is a defining moment in our country's democratic journey. The establishment of the Tripartite Committee using the government of Sierra Leone, uniting the government of Sierra Leone, the opposition APC party, and the international community as a moral guarantor is a courageous step toward resolving the post-us and rebuilding public trust in our country. If implemented expeditiously and sincerely, this mechanism has the potential to serve as a powerful model of alternative dispute resolution, not only Sierra Leone, but for countries across Africa currently struggling with contested and fragile democratic institutions. As we reflect on our country's post-conflict history and the incomplete implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations, friends, of two things. One, that without reform is temporary, and two, that democracy without accountability is fragile. Amidst all of this, without a swift implementation of the recommendations of the Tripartite Committee, there are risks that surround this. Risks first, and secondly, risks to Africa and the world. To Sierra Leone, economic hardship, the youth unemployment, and the emerging drug epidemic facing our nation are urgent signals. The cost of delayed action is very high. And to Africa and the world, and as instability challenges democracies from Cameroon to Tanzania to Nepal and even to Venezuela, Sierra Leone stands at a crossroads with opportunity to lead by example. Our task tonight, colleagues, is twofold. One, to insist on renewed commitment to democratic integrity, and secondly, to ensure that the Tripartite Committee becomes a journeying blueprint for stability, justice, and national renewal. With those few comments, I wanted to thank everyone. We wish this particular program to go very nicely so we can take away some lessons. With that, I have the opportunity of welcoming Dr. Vinod Fuller, who is the Director General of Islam, He is a leader. He is a big democracy advocate. He's a human rights activist. He is a married gentleman, and he's a champion of justice in our community. With those, I wanted to take the opportunity. I have the unique opportunity on Dr. Fuller to flesh out this night. Dr. Fuller.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sise. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, distinguished guests, fellow Sierra Leoneans, esteemed leaders, partners in civil society, friends of truth and democracy from around the world. As mentioned by Dr. Sise, today's theme is Sierra Leone's democracy at Crossroads and case study. The imperative of fully implementing the tripartite recommendations. Tonight, we meet not in comfort, but in convenience. We gather here not as members of a party or movement, but as a community of memory, of mission, and of moral obligation. For we are the children of a nation that has bled for its survival, and yet still believes in its future. A nation whose wounds are still open, but whose will remains unbroken. The theme, therefore, before us this evening is not symbolic, it is not rhetorical, but it is factual. It is urgent. It is a mirror to the movement we now inhabit. Sierra Leone's democracy stands at a crossroads. And all of us, I repeat, all of us, whether we like it or not, are participants in deciding which path she will take. The road we have traveled to reach this moment has not been gentle. It has been paved with suppression, paved with stolen votes, you all know, paved with political betrayal and institutional complicity. The 2023 elections were not just flawed. I repeat, the 2023 elections were not just flawed, they were fraudulent. They were fraudulent. They were not a celebration of democratic expression, but a suffocation of it. What was denied to the people of Sierra Leone was not merely a fair result, it was dignity, transparency, and voice. But as Slam Global has consistently asserted, we are not gathered to rehearse our pain here tonight. We are here to redeem our purpose. Out of the ashes of that betrayal came the tripartite, an attempt to salvage national credibility. Its recommendations are not cosmetic. They are consequential. I repeat, the tripartite recommendations are not cosmetic. They are consequential. They represent a pathway to national institutional integrity, electoral justice, and democratic legitimacy. But only if they are implemented fully, faithfully, and fiercely. I repeat, only if those recommendations of the tripartite are implemented fully, faithfully, and fiercely. In the past months, this country, which inched closer to a dangerous precipice, youth unemployment has risen beyond 60%. Food security has deepened. Inflation continues to choke the poor. At the same time, we see diplomatic passports surfacing in international drug seizures. We see the names of state officials whispered in corridors of criminal enterprise. And we see a class insulated from hardship, preaching unity while practicing exclusion. But unity without justice is not reconciliation. It is repression with a smile. And progress without accountability is not governance. It is performative perception. What Sierra Leone needs is not just peace. It needs principled peace. And I repeat, it needs principled peace. What Sierra Leone needs is not just justice, it needs order. It needs moral order. Not just order, but it needs moral order. Not just development, but it needs dignity. This is why we are gathered here tonight. This is why we have summoned this global mini conference, not to complain, but to confront, not to cause the darkness, but to call for light, and not to act alone, but to build a coalition of conscience that reaches from the hills of Freetown to the chambers of the United Nations. I want to repeat that, it's vital. We are gathered here today because it's to build a coalition of conscience that reaches the hills of Freetown to the chambers of the United Nations. Tonight, my brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we extend our hand to all who still believe in Sierra Leone, to those in government who are tired of silence. Please join us. To those in opposition who fear despair, please, we beg you, we indulge you to stand with us. To civil society groups, to journalists, to youth activists, to our elders in the diaspora, we say this movement is yours too. This is not the time for neutrality. This is not the time for moral clarity. If you believe elections should reflect the will of the people, then come to the table. If you believe justice should be blind and not partisan, then please come to the table. If you believe in Sierra Leone if Sierra Leone can still be saved, not by violence, not by vengeance, but by vision, then please come to the table. For far too long, our politics have been about self-preservation. It is time to make them about nation preservation. It is time to make them about nation preservation. About public service over private gain. About truth over tribalism. about courage over calculation. We do not claim to be perfect. We claim to be principled. We are not saints. We are citizens. But we are citizens who refuse to look away, who refuse to stand silent, who refuse to surrender our country to those who have mistaken power for impunity. This is the crossroads, ladies and gentlemen. This is the crossroads. This is the hour. And history will not ask us whether you were comfortable. It will ask us whether we were courageous. So let us be courageous, my brothers and sisters, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let us amplify the tripartite recommendations until they are not just headlines, but implemented to the law, to the letter, and fully. Let us fight for a Sierra Leone that is worthy of our ancestors' sacrifices and children's dreams. Let us do together with faith in our people and with hope in our institutions and with fire that no dictatorship can extinguish. I thank you. God bless you. God bless the Republic of Sierra Leone. And may history remember this night as the beginning of our national renewal. I thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fuller, for that wonderful, wonderful opening and overview of this meeting. There are key things that you highlighted there. You know, this is the crossroads. This is the hour. Are we going to stand and fight? Are we going to work together? Are we going to amplify the tripartite recommendations so that we build a nation of coalition of conscience? I like that. If Bernadette, Miss Bernadette Kagbo is there, can you please raise your hand because you'll be the next speaker so that you can be spotlighted. I will introduce her whilst we're waiting. So tonight, Madam Bernadette Kagbo's responsibility here, or the topic in which she will be talking on, is understanding the Tripartite Committee purpose, process, and key findings. Our speakers have got 5 minutes or so to say something on each of the topic that they've been introduced to talk on. So Madam Bernadette Kagbo is a Sierra Leonean, and her background is in, she's got a legal background, and also she specialized in legal administration and crime and litigation. She worked as a legal analyst and corporate director investigating money laundering and financial regulations. She also worked at the NRA and ACC in Sierra Leone, and she is an astute member of the Tripartite Committee in Sierra Leone. So over to you, Madam Bernadette, and thank you so much for being here tonight. Okay, if Madam Bernadette is not here already, can Dr. Sise please introduce the next speaker, Mr. Air Martin Monde? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. You know, everyone is muted. We'll get you loud and clear, madam.
Okay, so Dr. Sise, I think you can introduce Mr. Air Martin Monday as the next speaker.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am really sorry. I got muted there. Mr. Air Martin Monday is an environmental health research and youth engagement person, an expert in the field of communication, a BBC award-winning medalist on broadcasting, a broadcaster, a journalist, a filmmaker who has created numerous documentaries such as Building the Water Dam and East London Wears, to name a few, and they are all award-winning. He worked in Sierra Leone and internationally for reputable educational institutions and establishments as a teacher, lecturer, communication advisor, journalist, and more. He holds MAs from the Universities of Cardiff and Royal Holloway in the field. He is a reporter with the New Citizen and Globe newspapers in Freetown. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Air Martin Monday to give us insights on media accountability and democratic renewal, strengthening public trust for the full implementation of the tripartite recommendations. Welcome, Mr. Air Martin Monday. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Say, and I'm most grateful to the big national audience we're facilitating. In terms of media, I'll tell you two things. One, the media has taken up to the tripartite right from the get-go. The reason being, it has been part of a movement and a struggle. Now, I'd say two things. The media has played a role that apparently helps to reflect what in the constitution of Sierra Leone has been mandatorily entered. The freedom of expression is just one of them. There's a whole raft of both freedoms that exist. They're constitutional. You don't have those rights because they're in the constitution. The constitution adopts them because you have those rights. This is the first thing that we have to remember. So media accountability has not stemmed out of a gift of anybody, any institution, or a constitution. In fact, the constitution has attempted to capture, and not just capture it, but to verify that those freedoms are yours. These are close to inalienable rights. These are rights that a person has. A child from childhood starts to blab. Nobody, no parent can stop a child saying ba, ba, ba. Now, what we do in our society is we attempt to pretend that there is a regulator that determines your freedom to express. Now, this is the first thing. So, democratic accountability is based upon your own rights to question, to challenge, and to review what goes on. There's a second thing with media accountability in Sierra Leone since 2023. The process before 2023 determined what became and what today is the media position. What am I saying here? Before 2023, there was a skewed and stilted political dispensation. We already knew who the candidates would be. Gradually, there was a shrinkage of political participation. With that process happening under the glare of blue lights, under the glare of people's cameras, all Sierra Leoneans watched as freedom of expression got mutilated. We also watched unfair processes where political participation was skewed. One man was sent into court for a period of nearly 365 days, whereas another group were busy roaming around the country, dancing and saying they were campaigning. Now, in these circumstances, what does the media do, and where does media accountability lie? There's a third thing I want you to remember. I want us to remember that since June 24, 2023, and the days after, we brazenly saw the implementation of what, in various terms, will be termed a coup. Now, where the Constitution itself was suspended, because the Constitution says that when you go through an election, there is an electoral process. And in that process, there would be a named individual based, of course, upon the performances at election. In Sierra Leone, what we noticed was that in itself got distorted and skewed. So where does media accountability lie in a country where we've had all of these in the background? One of the things that I want us to remember is the newspapers, the broadcast media, the print media have normally been the parent organizations of media, as we have seen, known, and expected. What we have noted in Sierra Leone in the recent times is that these same tools have been used to disinform. So media disinformation has continued on an industrial scale. In a country where where an industrial distortion of information exists, what you're going to notice is people then get into a quandary. People then do not know what really is going on. People do not understand what is happening. So in terms of the tripartite and democratic renewal, one of the things is there has been a failure to develop the media role. The tripartite is a treaty that appears to have happened in broad daylight 24/7 through 2.5 years if we're not careful. We started in 2023 and here we're in 2025. The background before we started existed. So the media understand these things. The problem with media accountability is the fact that media positioning has been tampered with. So now when people speak things, they now get categorized. I sometimes hear people talk about the Samura Kamara bloggers. I hear people talk about the SLPP bloggers. And I ask myself a question. Where does the media stand in all of this? Two things. Democratic renewal, I posit, will happen only when we start to allow people who gain information that is vetted, that is tested, that is not libelous, to pass that information freely. When that happens, other people would realize that there is an ongoing process, and that process will then gain some level of credibility. Last week, we hear that a team of people started going to different districts of Sierra Leone to say they are now coming to engage with those Sierra Leoneans on the tripartite. About a month ago, we hear that the opposition party said they have changed their lead negotiator, and now they have put somebody else, someone, as the negotiator. Now, one of the things that happens is when you do these tamperings and you play along these lines, the people get disinformed. So there is a process of deliberate disinformation that is continuing in Sierra Leone. And this process is to undermine the validity and the veracity of the recommendations. Now, I want you to bear in mind that all the recommendations that are there, 84 plus 1, all of them have come not from people from Mars, not from strangers, but from participants in the political process. Because of that, we must realize that as media, all we have to do is to publicize every chunk, every piece of this information. If we publicize every piece of this information, some people say there are 80, some people say there are 84. The very fact that people are arguing about numbers implies we have never publicized all. So my first challenge to the media in Sierra Leone, especially to people who publish, both in terms of broadcast and print, is to go tomorrow and publicize everything that is called 85 tripartite points, so that everybody who is Sierra Leonean knows what those 85 points are. If you decide to publicize 84, publicize them. In countries like Britain, what we have learned is that every time you try to conceal information, you lead to a throwback. In Sierra Leone, they think it causes disinformation. No, it causes suspicion. And so now the tripartite and the leaders of Sierra Leone are looked on with suspect eyes simply because of this process in which they have tried to truncate information. I go to the second point. My second point in this discussion is treaties and what makes treaties work in Sierra Leone. You see, Sierra Leone has a long history from 1961 when we have made treaties with different parties. We've made treaties with the British government. We've made treaties with the United Nations. Every Sierra Leonean remembers the ICC and the court in Sierra Leone because it's residual. The flames burn in Freetown. This is the result of treaty. Other people remember Fode Sanko and how we ended that bloody war, the very big civil war. Treaty. In the end, this man was brought into Freetown, Fode Sanko, and made vice president. And this was part of the process of ending that war. Now, so what I challenge Sierra Leoneans is for us to remember that the media accountability would be that the media has to make the people of our nation see that treaty has been a regulatory process politically in Sierra Leone. And this is how Sierra Leoneans have dealt with every conflict that has happened in their country, bar the initial 1967 elections. Apart from the 1967 elections, which in itself created a treaty with Guinea, and Guinea sent troops into Sierra Leone as well. But apart from that period, all of the ways we have resorted every big national issues through treaty. Now, for media accountability, one thing that has to happen is the media has now to start to understand what we call the treaty ratification process. I'll tell you two things. In Sierra Leone, for every treaty to become ratified, there has to be what we call a domestication program. The domestication program is taking the treaty and turning it into the laws of Sierra Leone. So my challenge now is for media accountability. I want to hear those people who speak. They must do this little knowledge training, and if they want, they can do it with me, to learn how dualist societies like ours change treaties and turn them domestic. And then we can hold people to account. The Parliament of Sierra Leone needs now to ratify what has already been signed. Because in Sierra Leone, the executive signs the document and they lay it before Parliament for what we call ratification. Parliament has nothing to do with it. The executive has the role, and the executive has done that role. The role is, how do we determine a treaty? It's an executive function. But for it to be complete, it has to be ratified by the legislation, Parliament. So I'm saying to my colleagues, every time I hear them, the media say, oh, all the documents have been signed. Please, please, please explain to the people of Sierra Leone. So media accountability takes knowledge. For us, we need to have this basic knowledge, this awareness that this process is not a process that people determine. It's an ongoing process. It's not the first time but it is what the law allows us. The process is at ratification, meaning laying it in Parliament. I think my time is nearly there, and all I want the media to remember is that we have to pursue the parliamentary process. This is pure ratification. This is part of a two-stage ratification of treaties. Thank you very much. So media accountability will take knowledge, objectivity, and we already came from a very sensitive background of unfair play. And I want you to remember that freedom of expression is not given you by the Constitution. It is your right. Everybody remember that as a Sierra Leonean. You have a right and a freedom to express yourself. Please do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eamonde. You've really been able to lay bare a lot of important issues there. Media accountability, the issues of the signing of by the executive of some of these international treaties, the domestication of these treaties, the need for ratification, which is a function of Parliament. These are really great things, and obviously, the Constitution guarantees freedom of expression and association, which seems to have been truncated. All right, with that, I move to. I hope we have been enlightened, the public here, on the way things should progress. You've been very, very helpful there. I think we should go to Mr. Wadi Williams. My co-host, Madam Fatima Sise, are you able to step forward and introduce Mr. Wadi, please?
Absolutely. Welcome, Mr. Wadi Williams, to this SLAM conference. And today, we would like you to focus on the role of civil society and media in safeguarding democracy. Before you step to the mic, I would like to tell people a few things about you. Mr. Wadi Williams is a visionary Pan-African political philosopher. His academic background is in social science, politics, and philosophy, and a coalition builder and an advocate for inter-party collaboration, ideological alignment, and people-centered policies. He played a key role in Sierra Leone. He's a founder member of and the chair of the National Progressive Democrats and the Progressives. He has contributed significantly to the continent's liberation, and he supported the movements in South Africa, ANC, Impala in Angola, SWAPO in Namibia. Over to you, Mr. Wadi Williams.
Apparently, Mr. Williams was in. I don't know what's happened. We're trying to locate him anyway.
On that note, do we have Madam Bernadette? Could you please raise your hand up? Could you please identify your device? Could you please write your name on your device if you are hearing me? Madam Bernadette, could you please do that so we can unmute you and you can speak to us about the track. Do we have Madam Bernadette in the house?
I think we can move on to the next speaker.
And Ambassador Lee, when he comes back, then yes. Madam, I think there should be Dr. Dennis Bright in the house.
Is he?
If you are there, Dr. Dennis Bright, could you identify your device, please? Do we have you? Or Madam Femi Claudius Cole? Do we have you as well? Could you please identify yourself if you're around? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
In the absence of that, I think we have to move to introducing Chief Sumano Kapen III. Is he in the house? Is he identified himself?
Yes, he is.
Okay, right. We'll move on.
Chief is in.
I'll have the honor of introducing land gentleman, the old man, the man whom I describe as the wiseacre in Sierra Leone. I always say to him that I am a student of his. Chief Samura obviously was born in Sierra Leone, and in the days when Frobe College was affiliated to the Durham University in the UK, that was when he did his education there. He got his bachelor's there. He's a well-respected senior personality in the sphere of politics in Sierra Leone. He started his public career, say, in the late 60s and rose to the position of permanent secretary by the 80s. He was crowned paramount chief in 1988, and with such a position, he resigned from that and entered politics and was subsequently elected as SLPP party in 2014. Chief Samura Kamara, like I said, is one of the wiseacres in the country, and we are here today to learn from him. The country needs his experience. He will speak to us about political dialogue and national cohesion, building bridges of unity. There can be no better person to do this as someone who's served in the SLPP party and now giving advice to the country as a whole. Over to you, Chief Samura Kamara. Let's all welcome him.
Thank you very much. I'm highly honored to be given the opportunity to participate in this unique symposium. From what I've heard from the participants so far, it has been a warm and lovely evening. I love every part of it. My task is to make a statement on the two compelling perspectives, this political dialogue and national cohesion, building of bridges for unity. My statement will be very short and well thought out. It will take into account the political and philosophical considerations as a fundamental basis. Political dialogue and national cohesion are very important skills, hyphen tools in the game of power. To learn and master them, you need to develop the ability to recognize the specific problems that are peculiar to the nation's body politic. The common challenges in most states stem from the political, regional, and ethnic divisions within the states. Almost all states in Africa are fragmented in cleavages, and Sierra Leone is no exception. Taking Sierra Leone as a case study, the cleavages are ethno-regional and political. Even more perplexing, they do not cut across or they are not vertical, but horizontal to the administrative boundaries. And that is very tragic. For example, the north is predominantly chimney. The western region is also predominantly chimney. But you have the other smaller tribal groups, the Limba, the Susu, the Yolunka, the Kurankos, and the Creoles in the northwestern region. But from early times, the Chimney, which is the dominant tribal group, they do not pursue a policy of assimilating the smaller tribes. Rather, they allow them to maintain their identity. Whereas in the South, the policy of assimilation was very rife at an early time. So that's why the other dominant tribe in the South dominates. The only tribe or two tribes that resisted assimilation are the Kono and the Kiris. If we check, almost all states in Africa are fragmented in cleavages. Sierra Leone is no exception. That I've already said. Even of greater concern is the fact that the two major political parties from the time of independence, the APC and SLPP, are patterned to tribal and regional rights. Consequential to this, the ethnic and regional rivalries have long possessed our nation, that is Sierra Leone, filling it with political violence, bigotry, drench it, and often with human blood, loss of property, and putting it on the spell of despair. That is the fate our country is facing. The election, that is the multi-tier election of 24 June 2023, clearly it will appear signal a watershed. The voting patterns slightly shifted because as it appeared, the people voted for change. And I want to emphasize this point so that people will be very clear in their minds. In 1996, we had elections. The SLPP won the elections. In 2002, the SLPP again won the elections. In 2007, the APC won the elections. In 2012, the APC won the elections. So each of the parties has served 2 terms each. What I want people to note, and it is of very serious importance, in 2018, the SLPP won the elections. In 2023, it is claimed by the APC that in the 2023 elections, that the SLPP lost that election. So this is the key aspect that Sierra Leoneans must have to reflect on. Why did the people vote for a change? Or did the people vote purely on political or tribal considerations. To any political analyst, he will come to the conclusion that it was for a change that the people voted for. And that is the crucial point. The claim is evident from the data or the data collected from the results reconciliation forms, the RRF. The ABC submitted 71% to the Tripartite Committee for verification. And they were verified and given the badge of being authentic. Now, specifically, I'll give you synopsis of what unfolded after those elections. The chairman of ECSL on 27 June 2023 declared the incumbent as winner. The APC party rejected the results that they did not reflect the will of the people. The observation teams, both national and international, the international principally the EU and the Carter Foundation, claimed the elections were fraught with irregularities. The APC refused to go to the Supreme Court as provided by law. It is not enshrined in the 1991 documents itself. That is the basic law of 1991. But it was a subsidiary law that whosoever, those that contest elections and as presidential candidates, if you lose the elections and you are not satisfied, you have 7 days. Within those 7 days, you must lodge a petition. That is the constitutional provision. And that has been the case from 1996. The only exception we have to that was the 2023 elections, which is also the second peculiarity of the 2023 elections. The first peculiarity that had informed the members of this symposium that the incumbent was declared winner and the opposition party refused to accept the elections because of the conviction that it was rigged and therefore did not reflect the will of the people. The APC refused to go to the Supreme Court as provided by law. They took the unprecedented decision to boycott from any participation in governance. The boycott led to a stalemate or impasse. After a back and forth effort, the government and the APC party agreed to resolve the impasse through dialogue, culminating into the signing of the Agreement of National Unity, that is the ANU, at Bintumani on 18th October 2023. It is from that we take a critical look of political dialogue as a strategic tool to resolving political disputes for the first time in the history of Sierra Leone and even in our own sub-region. For a political party not to go to the Supreme Court, but rather take an unconventional position to exert its right. It is from that we take a critical look of political dialogue as a strategic tool to resolving political disputes. It is a potent weapon in resolving political disputes. So for Sierra Leone, it is an epoch-making event, just like the Magna Carta became an epoch-making event. Finally, we have to come to realization that we can take the indirect route, to resolve conflicts without recourse to the courts. And here lies the relevance of electoral justice. Let me just clarify this position. Traditionally, when they declare someone as being the winner in a presidential context, you, the opponent, if you are dissatisfied, you go to the Supreme Court. That is the provision within the domestic law. But here we have something unconventional. When the APC lost, they presume the APC lost, but they had confidence that they had won those elections. They did not go to the Supreme Court, but rather took an indirect route. And it is that indirect route that has culminated into the tripartite. And what most people don't acknowledge or seem to understand, that the two main parties to the Bintumani conference, that is the government of Sierra Leone and the APC, they agreed and signed the document, which in law became binding. And even more importantly, the development partners endorsed that agreement. So you have what the legal luminaries term as the consensus ad idem. But the tripartite agreement even went further to state that whatever is the outcome in the form of recommendations to that agreement will become enforceable in law. And that is the situation in which we have found ourselves. So, but the bottom line is we see the importance of political dialogue because that has never been put into some form of experience or practice. Today, it has become part of the jurisprudence of Sierra Leone. You know, the natural law, which is not substantive law, because of what Lord Dennings and other important luminaries in the English legal system had introduced the equitable remedies. And even in the UN, you have the ECOSOC, because it is not every aspect that the substantive law covers. So where you have a lacuna, then issues of equity come in. You have series of examples of them. You know, the principle of equitable estoppel as enunciated by Lord Denning, who was the master of the road. So that is the highlight and the high point of Sierra Leone, that for the first time, a political dialogue can burn out an equitable remedy to redress something that in all scores a wrong in all falls to correct it. National cohesion is ancillary to political dialogue.
Chief, do you have much more to go, Chief?
No, I've already come to the finality of my statement. I'm just trying to elaborate certain aspects. So because of time, I want to thank all of you that have participated in a collaborative way to this very, very important symposium. I wish you the best of luck. It is very inspirational, and I hope you will continue in that endeavor. I thank all of you. Thank you once more.
Thank you very much, Chief, for taking us through the historic trajectory about ethno-regional compartmentalization and all the rest. But most importantly, the issue of the tripartite as an alternative dispute resolution mechanism for dialogue. We hope this will be used in Sierra Leone as well as everywhere else. We'll learn. With that, I think we should go quickly to Madam Fatima to introduce Madam Fatima Babi. But we are under pressure for time. We'll try and keep it very, very short on that segment. Over to you, Madam Fatima.
Good evening again. So I've got this honor to introduce Dr. Fatima Babi. And after Dr. Fatima Babi's contribution, we will go straight to the UN rep, who would also give us his talk. Dr. Fatima Babi will be talking on the topic of diaspora advocacy and global voice for Sierra Leone's democracy. So our amazing woman of substance, is a social justice and human rights activist, a writer, editor, and publisher and consultant based in the US. He is the founder of the non-governmental organization called Africa Women Rise, which is advancing girls' education and women's empowerment. She holds a degree in economics, gender studies, legal and ethical studies, and education leadership. She worked for the World Bank and IMF. Her work highlights issues such as child trafficking, maternal mortality, and the political silencing of women. She exposes injustice, inspires resilience and self-reliance amongst African girls and women through her writings and advocacy work. Over to you, Dr. Fatima Babe. You need to they need to unmute, doctor, please. Can the technical
Unmute. Technology always gets me. Sorry. Okay, can you hear me now? You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, distinguished participants, fellow activists, members of the diaspora, and all committed citizens of Sierra Leone. I am honored to be speaking on diaspora advocacy and the global voice for Sierra Leone democracy here tonight. This is not just a topic. This is the very reason why we are here. We are the generation that left home, or the segment of the population that left home, but never left behind the pain, the pride, or the responsibility that comes with being a Sierra Leonean. Tonight, I speak as someone whose advocacy began in exile, but whose heart and voice remain firmly rooted in Sierra Leone. Our democracy, as everyone has pointed out, all speakers have pointed out tonight, is at a crossroads. The 2023 election results are still unpublished, leaving millions of citizens uncertain. Our youth unemployment continues to rise. Our country is listed as a global transit point for drug trafficking. And we must also be clear on this. With drug trafficking comes human trafficking. So our country is also for human trafficking. Yet, on the international platforms, we continue to listen to Julius Maada Bio, who is still holding on to power in Sierra Leone, listening to his carefully crafted speeches claiming progress in the country. Sometimes I wonder who is lying. Is it the people that are lying? Or is it the Julius Maada Bio leadership that is lying to us and lying on the international stage? So those who live inside the country cannot speak freely. Fear silences them. Fear of losing their jobs, fear of imprisonment, which we have seen, fear of violence. But we outside the country have the privilege to speak boldly and unfiltered. And that's what I do. If you call me to speak and you want me to filter my words, mince my words, then you should not invite me. And with this privilege comes responsibility. Diaspora advocacy is not a backup plan for our people. It is the lifeline of democracy in Sierra Leone today. Because as we all know, our people are being oppressed, our people are being silenced. There is no freedom of speech in Sierra Leone today. We must use our global presence, our education, our networks, and access to international media to demand transparency in governance, including full implementation of the Tripartite Committee's recommendations. challenge policies that enable impunity, amplify local voices who cannot safely speak, support credible civil society movements, and engage international institutions not as observers, but as strategic partners in restoring accountability in Sierra Leone, but to protect and project their voices. I often say we are the generation or the segment of the Sierra Leonean population with both the memory of struggle and the power of opportunity. Our parents may not have had access to the resources that can help us, but we do. Our children, the future of Sierra Leone, may not yet have the voice. So we must speak for them. Silence is no longer a neutrality, it is complicity. If you are silent, you are part of the problem. You see things happening to our people, unpleasant things, oppressive things, and you decide it's none of your business, you are part of the problem. When truth is suppressed within the country, our global voices outside the country becomes the loudspeaker of justice. We cannot sit comfortably abroad while injustice travels unhindered. We have seen it all around the country every day. The newspapers, the airways, at home. Advocacy from far must not be occasional outrage. We must not wait to react when things happen and we express outrage. We must be proactive. We must be consistent. We must be strategic and relentless. So tonight, I challenge all of us in the diaspora. Use every platform available. Conferences, parliamentary hearings, academic institutions, policy circles, media houses. There are many that I admire right now. Come on Talk, WEAD, they are doing their part, and I admire these guys. So we must build alliances within Africa and across the globe. Move from advocacy to impact-driven intervention. We can't just be talking. We need to start acting. We need to start taking proactive actions that can bring results to our people, if not today, in the future. And hold our leaders accountable, whether they are listening to us or not. That should not be an obstacle to us, that they're not listening to us. Of course, they will not listen to us. But we should not just be speaking in anger, but we should be speaking in responsibility to the next generation. We owe it to the next generation to speak up today. And for those of us who are not in the country, who cannot be nabbed and sent to Pademba Road, it is our obligation to speak. The Tripartite Committee's recommendations are a democratic obligation. Their implementation should be non-negotiable. If this moment passes without action, history will not ask whether we had good intentions when these things were happening. History will ask, did you act? You need to ask yourself that when you are in your own little space alone. Ask yourself, what am I doing to add my voice to what is going on today in my country? So I stand here not as a facilitator of dialogue, but as a witness to truth and as a voice for those whose silence has been enforced by oppression in Sierra Leone. Diaspora advocacy is not a choice. It is our duty, our obligation. We must be the generation or the segment of the population that stretches across oceans, not to escape responsibility, but to confront it. Let us make it impossible for the world to say, we did not know. We in the diaspora must let the world know what is going on in Sierra Leone. And when our children, where are you? Let us be able to say, I spoke up, I resisted, I stood up in the diaspora, but not in distance, in voice and in justice and in action. I thank everyone here today. I am learning a lot so far already, and I thank you all. I thank the organizers for inviting me, and I thank you all for being here and adding your voice to what is going on in our country. Thank you, and God bless Sierra Leone. God bless us all.
The lionesses roared. Thank you so much, Dr. Fatima Abe. You've
Thank you,
taken
thank
us
you.
through, you've awoken us to understand our responsibility. And I think that is very important. We are the generation that's going to make the future better. So let's speak out. Let's join forces together. Let's be strategic. I took that. Thank you so much. I'll hand over to Dr. Sise to introduce the rep from the UN.
Thank you so much, Madam Fatima. And once more, Madam Fatima Bab, thank you so much for reminding the diaspora for their duty. With that, I'll go straight to introducing Mr. Julius Beko Njinge. We apologize for arriving on segment a little later than we had expected. The conversation has been really vigorous. Mr. Njige is the representative of Dr. Leonardo Santos Simao, name in Sierra Leone as a result of the Tripartite as well as the Agreement for National Unity. He is the representative of the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, and he is the UN Secretary General's representative in that part of Africa. We are really grateful that this gentleman to come and give us insights as a moral guarantor for the Agreement for National Unity and Tripartite. That will be really, really helpful. He's an analyst, a senior analyst in that office, and assistant to, like I said, Dr. Leonardo, the United Nations representative for the Secretary General. With that, we want to welcome him to come and speak to the way forward and why the implementation of the Tripartite Committee's recommendations is non-negotiable. That I go over to you, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcoming Mr. Julius Beko Njige. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Accept greetings from Dakar, Senegal. I am here, as Doctor said, to represent the special representative of the Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel, Dr. Leonardo Santos Simao, and it is a privilege to talk to you in that capacity. I am the Political Affairs Officer in the UNOWAS Dakar office, and I'm also the Desk Officer for Sierra Leone. That's why I've been directed to come and talk to you. I've also had the honor of serving with the United Nations for over 25 years in various capacities and with several UN entities. Regarding the situation in Sierra Leone, the implementation of the Tripartite Committee's recommendation is not only imperative, it is actually non-negotiable. This is because it is a very decisive step to safeguard national stability, consolidate democracy, and also strengthen international cooperation, especially given the country's turbulent and violent recent past. It is for this reason that the international community, through the moral guarantors, comprising the United Nations, which is duly represented by the Special Representative of the Secretary General, Mr. Simao. It also comprises the ECOWAS, the African Union, and they all remain fully engaged in monitoring and supporting this process. This is to ensure that the recommendations are fully implemented. It is imperative. In this case, we call on all Sierra Leoneans. They should place peace, national unity, and dialogue at the forefront. Dialogue is essential to resolve contentious issues and to ensure that the spirit of cooperation prevails. Without dialogue, this will not be achieved. All parties must work together, and they have to do this in good faith to overcome obstacles and their differences. Only through joint action can Sierra Leone achieve lasting peace and democratic consolidation. This is the short message I brought to you from the Special Representative, and to inform you that the international community stands ready to assist and to encourage every stakeholder in the peace process in Sierra Leone to honor this commitment. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Njinge. It cannot be louder and clearer. Wanted on behalf of this group and the people of Sierra Leone for you to convey a sincere thanks and appreciation to Dr. Simao for this immense commitment tonight on the non-negotiable position, how imperative it is for, as you've emphasized, for the full implementation of the recommendations of the Tripartite Committee, especially given our recent violent past, as you highlighted. So we are really grateful for this, to use dialogue, and for everything to be done in good faith in order for us to have lasting peace. Once more, we wanted to thank you, and we'll work with your office. Thank you so much for that.
Okay, just to let our viewers and participants know that, you know, some of the participants who were supposed to speak tonight are experiencing some technical problems. So some of them have want to come back, cannot join the conference. But we've managed to get someone back, Ambassador John Lee. So we'll welcome him. We'll welcome him to talk about democracy in Sierra Leone, gains, challenges, and current crossroads. Ambassador Lee was born in Sierra Leone, where he did his foundation education, and then proceeded to the United States, where he completed his tertiary education in economics, finance, and banking from the University of New York. He's a researcher who has held senior responsibilities in finance in the US and Africa. Former ambassador to the US, and was a member of the SLPP party. Chairman, he has been a chair for the African Universities Press in Ibadan, Nigeria. He's now retired. Over to you, Ambassador John Lee.
Yeah, please, before Ambassador comes in, Madam Moderator, can you kindly ask him to just turn his camera on, if you wouldn't mind, please?
Okay, Ambassador, please, could you turn your camera on? Thank you. It's over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good Chairman, thank you very much. Delighted to join this meeting, and I apologize for the lateness of joining. I'm supposed to speak on democracy. I start by saying there is no democracy in Sierra Leone. None. We've been trying to copy the white man democracy, but all that's happened is that we've been abusing it. There can be no democracy if there is no kinship among the people. What we are just separate people with tribes, and our loyalty is to the tribe and not to the constitution or the nation. Our tribe comes first and last, never the country. And if you have that, you're not going to have the democracy in the place. Every government is based on a tribe. A large tribe supported by the little tribes around them. And that government will be trying to shift resources to those tribes regardless of what is happening. Now, Samuel Magai tried very, very hard to be national. His successors did not. Tijan Kaba, I was in that government, tried to join to be national, but he was overthrown. He came back and he tried to do so, but he caved in to the majority tribe in that area. President Nkrumah tried to be national. He tried to spread development nationally around the country, and he tried to include people inside his various commissions. When you have one man making all the appointments to independent commissions and committees, then you don't have independent committees. That was one of the feelings of the committee arrangement that Tijan Kabaya began. He listened to the United Nations that you have to have independent professional institutions, but he was a sole guy making all the appointments. So people are loyal to him and not to the commission. Sierra Leone has a lot of problems there. And conquer those problems with a pure democracy. Take the look at why the APC did not go to the Supreme Court. Because the Supreme Court was not deemed to be as envisaged in the Constitution as an independent organization. It's not independent. So nobody is required by any constitution to do useless things. If all the appointees inside the Electoral Commission are all loyal to the president and not to the country, you're not going to get a fair result there. Pio has appointed his brothers, his sisters, his aunts, and everybody else into the government in key positions. That's not how democracy works. Democracy is supposed to be based on a merit system, but our tribal system has a favoritism system. We're all on favors. We don't go on an objective system. The British tried to do it, and Milton Magai implemented it. Milton Magai, Karafa Smart, and those kinds of guys implemented it. But the time came in when the party had to split, the others went one, the others remained. And it has been undemocratic since that time. And I credit only two people to try to be national now, to Tijan Kabaya and Nkrumah. Now, if there's no kinship, there can be no democracy. We have to find a way to kill tribal loyalty that is over the constitution. Some tribes have secret oaths they take, and those secret oaths are superior to them than the constitution. So if you have those kinds of situations, you're not going to get pure democracy in the country. I've been in both parties and I've seen how it operates. Basically, Sierra Leone is an elitist system. And it's a continuation from the ancient days where one warrior chief is in charge of everything. You support him, he favors you. You don't support him, he either executes you or sells you into slavery. So, education, I've not addressed those issues. We go for the superficial and not what's underneath. If you don't know what's underneath, you're not going to solve our problems. And I look at this whole situation right now, you know, and it was highlighted by Abbas Mundu supporting his side. I know Abbas Mundu, I work with him in Washington, D.C., on the opposite side. He interpreted for Bill the destruction of the Sierra Leone Constitution. He took from Parliament a fundamental right of Parliament that's gone back to the ancient time of the Magna Carta. Through all the kings, King Charles I of England tried to dominate the country and the money, and for that he lost his head. But we give all the power to BO to spend as he likes. Parliament gave it to him. The Parliament is very weak. So whatever the man who is in charge of favoritism does is who they support. And it's easy to do that because there's no national economy. There is no basic thing except government transfer of income. There is no production inside the country. The lands are all tied up. The people all flock into one part of the country, and it's all dog eat dog. In that situation, democracy cannot work. So if we want to get forward in this country, let's find a productive economy so people can be independent financially and don't have to kiss anybody to get forward. But in Sierra Leone, if you don't do as they say, there is no economic way out for you. They can take your land, fake it. The justice system is not independent. It's all tribal appointments and tribal loyalty to one power source, the guy who distributes the goodies. So let's focus on a system that will produce us a good economy. Let's focus a system where if people take their tribes more seriously than a nation, let's divide them into their tribes and let them run their tribes by themselves, and let's get a national system that will take care of that. But right now, what we're doing is that we're grossing over all these superficialities and trying to imitate democracy. It's never going to work. So I say to my fellow Sierra Leoneans, let's find a way to get a Sierra Leone kingship where everybody belongs. It's a long, tall order. It's not to take forever, but right now, people are more loyal to their tribe than to the country. Let us build an economy with independent management, how would I say it? The scarcest commodity in Sierra Leone is objectivity. People who can make decisions on the basis of facts and analysis, not on basis of paddy, favoritism, tribe, and such. If there's no objectivity in making certain decisions, the country will never work. There's too much poverty in the land. Why is there so much poverty? Why? I believe the poverty in Sierra Leone is man-made. It's an elitist system, and those in charge confiscate it for their own good, and the commoner is left outside. Some of them suggested power sharing. Power sharing will only benefit the elites, the guys inside, because they all depend on government transfers. They don't depend on a system where you can benefit from your own ingenuity, from your own hard work, from your own perseverance. The minute you start to succeed, you'll have 200 dependents on your back. And native customs you have to take care of them. So let's go back to our origins. and see whether we can create a national kingship. So the man from Bundapi sees his brother, whether it's in Cambia or in Kabbalah, as his genuine brother, not because of language differences. That is what we have to conquer to be able to be democratic. The present system doesn't allow for integrity. Nobody can stand up and say 1 + 1 make 2 in politics. Can't say that. If you say that and you are correct, they just hate you and put you aside. So to me, there is no basis for a national democratic system at the present time. Anyone who try it will fail. Power sharing, the bad guys, they're more. Look, I saw how Abdul took power from Samuel Semagai. Just by getting the guys and sharing the money. And they all formed one party. And they came in, the civil service were meant for people trained in the culture of civil service, but they wanted the jobs for his brothers. So they filled the place up, and today we don't have a civil service. We have just, what do you call it? It's a place where you push your brother to make a living. It's not to get the job done. So ladies and gentlemen, we have to go back and see how we can create one Sierra Leone, regardless of tribe. If we don't do that, forget about democracy, find some other system. Poverty has to be addressed. As long as the place is desperately poor, a cocaine kingpin can come to the place and bribe everybody, and everybody surrenders. Because life is too hard for the ordinary man. Life is too hard for the single woman. It's too hard for the guys with degrees but no connection. Those are the kinds of problems we should focus on. How do you solve those problems so the individual has personal sovereignty? He doesn't have to kiss anybody. He can go his way and do his own thing legally within the law. If you get that kind of system, you're going to get an independent justice system that everybody will respect. If you don't have it, you're not going to trust the justice system. You're not going to trust this, you're not going to trust that. You're not going to, people, I don't want to go too far with this because the things I've discovered in Sierra Leone when I've been there, it's really mine. It's really, really hard. It's really we should stop imitating the white man and come home and solve the problem. You know, there are two types of Sierra Leoneans. One, totally powerless. Totally powerless. He has nothing. Even he has 10 PhDs. If it's not in the in group, he's out. Totally out. If you tell the other guys, this is wrong, they will sell you in the transatlantic slave trade. That system is continuing to this very day. There are too many things underneath that is affecting us, but nobody has put it on the table to say, let's discuss this thing and get a true democratic country. So me, we should find a system that doesn't share spoils. If everybody is successful economically in their own place, in the private sector, by doing the good things that the people will benefit, it's a different country. But if all sit back and trying to get financial transfers from the government, or favor for land, piece of land, or favor for this and favor for that, there won't be any democracy in Sierra Leone. I can tell you that.
No.
Because they will grab everyone, grab and keep it. I'm talking fundamentals here. I'm talking fundamentals here. If we don't get back to the fundamentals, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid there'll be no democracy. Take this in
Wonderful.
See what is going on. See what's going on. We have one guy with power to spend 50 fata with nobody asking any question. That's the role of Parliament. Parliament should have the final say on financial matters, not one man. Because all these
thank you so much, Dr. Lee.
Is that enough?
Yeah, if you want to round up now, that would be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Let me stop here right now. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ambassador Lee. I think you've touched on very key points there. We need to build kinship. If we are not together, we can never move forward. And we need to make the Constitution the core of our society. I think that's a very, very important point that we need to, and our parliaments need to take responsibility as well and build a society where everyone can thrive economically. So we really thank you for taking us through this journey tonight. To our listeners, the next speaker would be Dr. Samura Kamara. We are just going to have a quick music break just so that he gets himself ready. And yeah, come over.
Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement. Slow. Rise up Sierra Leone, it's time we shine. From the hills of Freetown to diamond mines of Kono. We are one voice, we are one dream. Building a nation through Slam's great voices. No more silence, no more fear. Let unity and justice draw us near. Across the world and deep at home, we fight for truth, we stand as one. Together, corruption, no more lies. Transparent dreams under honest skies. Democracy is more than just a name. With Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement, we give the people hope, justice served, equality born in every heart, a brand new dawn. Let's lift our flag and proudly show. Together for Salon, hand in hand we go. For peace, for justice, let the whole world know. From the diaspora to every town, Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement is rising. We won't back down. Educate, empower, raise your voice today. Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement leads the way to a brighter day. We are Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement. Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement. Through civic lessons and voting rights, we teach the people to choose what's right. We fight for free speech, we heal the land. With health and hope we take a stand. Women rise, youth lead the way. In Boeing Corner, in every bay. From Kenny McClinic.
Dr. Sise, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you?
Please, can you spotlight Dr. Sise?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Maybe get going.
All right. We've come to the program tonight, but this is a critical part of the program, and I have the singular privilege of introducing Dr. Samura Kamara. With education, he obtained his first degree in BSc Economics in the University of Sierra Leone Frabi College. This was as far back as 1972. And subsequently, furthered his education in the University College of North Wales, now Bangor University, where he obtained the master's degree. And his terminal degree, PhD, in development economics in the same university, this 1986. Career-wise, he served in all sorts of capacities, but his early international career, he started with the Commonwealth, where he served as a senior economics officer between 1991 and 1994, and rose to the rank of chief program officer in the Department of Economic Affairs in the Commonwealth Secretariat between 2001. And he went to the IMF, the International Monetary, where he served as an alternative executive director between 2006 and 2007. In terms of service in Sierra Leone, he's also served as financial secretary, and actually allow me, His Excellency elect, to give you my personal experience of yourself. I think whilst you served as financial secretary in that department as a student then in the medical school in Sierra Leone, we had problems with our Sierra Leone government grants in aid, SLG. And without an appointment, as difficult as it was, we stormed your office. I think it was Gloucester Street. Without an appointment, you still saw us, and you did assure us that we should pass, and that you will ensure that we start getting our grant in aid. And true to your word, the started coming. We wanted to thank you for that. That is what leadership is all about, to the service of people. So he served diligently as financial Sierra Leone and went on to be governor of the Bank of Sierra Leone between 2007 and 2009. And subsequently as Minister of Finance and Economic Development between 2009 and 2012, and later Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation between 2012 and 2017. So as you would have known, with his political career, he served as the presidential 2018 election for the APC, and subsequently in 2023 as the presidential candidate as well. He's held the party leadership, and he's been negotiating on behalf of the party. He's been very much involved in inter-party dialogue and has served as a chief negotiator of the APC in the Tripartite Committee. With his skills and expertise, as heard, the main base is development. That is where his academic background is, with a terminal PhD in the field, and he's an expert in macroeconomics and public finance, very experienced in public financial management, budgeting, and fiscal policy. And in the central bank, obviously, he served as governor of the Sierra Leone Central Bank and has strong institutional experience. In the world of diplomacy, he has finesse in that world, and in international relations. He has served as foreign minister, negotiated on behalf of Sierra Leone, and multilateral relations. He's worked with the Commonwealth, IMF, the African Union. His achievements are enormous. He's contributed in the last government, the APC government, the agenda for change policy under President Crossroad. He's played a role in the United Nations reform, African representation, in the Committee of 10 in the AU, and I'm trying to reform the United Nations. He served in that. As Minister of Finance, he's overseen macroeconomic policies. That stewardship, Sierra Leone saw significant economic activity, as we all bear witness to. He held international development responsibilities everywhere, including the Commonwealth Secretariat, not the least. Above all, this gentleman is a calm, is very human, and very religious as well. He's a Catholic Christian, and his political affiliation lies with the West Party. He's represented regularly everywhere in regional African diplomatic forums, and like I said, more importantly, he's also a married gentleman and very committed. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the elect as per the evidence we have via the tripartite and the elections of 2023, Dr. Samura Matthew Wilson Kamara. Our privilege. Sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, sir.
Thank you very much for that wonderful intro. I wish I am all that you've said about me. God bless us all.
Thank you.
Kindly allow me, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, to read my statement. Good evening to all of you. Tonight, we gather under a very challenging and timely purpose to exchange our ideas and perspectives on Sierra Leone's democracy at the crossroads. This is not merely a meeting. It is a summons to conscience. It is an assembly of minds that recognize the gravity of the unprecedented outcomes before, during, and days after of the June 2023 multi-tier elections in our beloved Sierra Leone. The impact on our democracy and the moral urgency for credible remedies that will restore trust, project rights, protect human rights, and secure freedom and the franchise of every Sierra Leonean. I want to thank Slam Global for convening a truly global audience on a truly defining question. I sincerely appreciate each one of you for agreeing to participate or to follow the proceedings with keen interest. Your deep reflections for Sierra Leone will remain invaluable. In celebrating United Nations International Day for Tolerance, let me admonish everybody that tolerance is not the absence of standards. It is the courage to uphold truth without fear, to welcome inclusive diplomacy and dialogue without intimidation, and to insist calmly but very firmly that justice be done and be seen to be done. That is why I am here with you, privileged and humbled to listen and to learn. And that is why, together, we must continue to speak plainly and live by the truth, no matter how hurtful it might be. Ladies and gentlemen, given your extensive experience, we need to be assertive and precise since the stakes are very critical. As Sierra Leoneans, in particular, we must never stop or hesitate to interrogate the cracks in our 64-year democratic journey, to critically examine the pivotal impact of the 2023 elections, and to set out a credible pathway forward, anchored on truth, on freedom, justice, and democratic imperatives. Alone being our individual and collective responsibility, we must commit ourselves to identify pathways that can move this one-time nation from uncertainty to stability, from public grievance to good, inclusive governance, and from to impactful, accountable, and equitable service delivery. From your dreams tonight, on this theme, we are confronted with three simple truths. Firstly, that justice is the foundation of peace. Secondly, that freedom is the oxygen of democracy. And thirdly, that truth, our test. A promise born in 1961 with independence that sovereignty would bring dignity, justice, and opportunity for every Sierra Leonean. I'm happy that I heard Ambassador Lee referencing Milton Magai, our first Prime Minister, as if we actually decided to do the same. In the words of Sir Milton Magai, after signing the Independence Protocol, said, "The aim of independence will certainly be to make our country a land worth living in, a land worth serving. But this can only be done by wholehearted service and hard work now." Our first Prime Minister went on to say, I quote, "I ask you to deal fairly and honestly with your fellow men, to discourage lawlessness, and to strive actively for peace, friendship, and unity in our country." Unquote. Therefore, the test of our democracy is whether we could sustain these promises through the storms of power, conflict, and reform. For 64 years, our democratic journey, with the promise of self-rule and freedom, has been marked by both triumphs and tragedies. Our path has been anything but smooth. Our democracy has been tested repeatedly. We have witnessed moments of hope when the will of the people triumphed over the weight of history. Yet, we have also seen the slow corrosion of trust, where institutions meant to safeguard our democracy have instead been weakened by partisanship, fear, silence, and executive capture. Each democratic chapter has revealed existential cracks and fragile transitions that continue to challenge our aspirations for a truly representative system. The truth is that our democracy has cracked, not because Sierra Leoneans do not believe in it, but because too many of our leaders have stopped respecting democracy. They have exercised their power to manipulate the democratic system for personal gain and have accordingly failed to abide by its principles, practices, and values for general welfare. Instead of building discipline, fairness, and strong institutions, we have opted to build our democracy around the networks of loyalty, political protection, and self-interest. When power becomes more important than principle, when truth becomes negotiable, and when the ballot becomes a weapon instead of a voice, then democracy stands at a crossroads. And finally, it crumples, thereby giving way to the exercise of power and authority without a human face. This is why, and this is where we are today. The June 24, 2023 multi-tier elections stand as a pivotal moment in Sierra Leone's democratic journey. Reported turnout was impressively high at 83%, reflecting the people's enduring faith in the ballot box. Yet, this faith was seriously shaken as results were announced and winners proclaimed without a legitimate vote count. Domestic observers, international observers, the opposition, and the people raised serious concerns about transparency, irregularities, inconsistencies in vote counting, and the credibility in the entire electoral processes. The main opposition party, the All People's Congress, rejected the results and mistrust deepened. The heavily rigged June 2023 elections did not merely produce a foundational dispute. They have exposed seriously the fragility of our democratic fabric and its vulnerability to selfish political leadership. They have tested the integrity of our institutions, the courage of our citizens, and the commitment of our international partners. Clearly, when elections are disputed, the very foundations of political, economic, and social governance are shattered, and everything else falls apart. At the heart of Sierra Leone's democratic test lies one defining struggle: the fight for electoral justice. This is not a partisan struggle. It is a national obligation. For when elections cease to reflect the people's will, governance ceases to reflect the people's consent. And without consent, democracy becomes hollow. Electoral justice, therefore, is the cornerstone of political legitimacy, peace, and progress. It is the assurance that every vote counts, every citizen matters, and every result is anchored in truth. The events surrounding the June 2023 elections of June 24 have underscored just how urgent this fight has become. They revealed not only procedural weaknesses, but a moral crisis in leadership and institutional accountability, courage, and conscience. This is why the internationally mediated interparty dialogue between the APC and the SLPP government, the resulting agreement for national unity, and the Tripartite Committee and its recommendations were not just administrative mechanisms. They were a moral necessity. They represent a collective recognition that something is fundamentally wrong with our democratic governance, climaxed by the June 24, 2023 election events, and that we must, with honesty and courage, right the wrong. Implementing the outcomes of these mechanisms is not an act of concession. It is an act of restoration. That is, restoring the confidence of the people in their democracy, the credibility of our elections, and the legitimacy of those who govern in their name. Distinguished participants, we must understand this moment in its depth. The question before us is not merely about who won or lost an election. It is about whether Sierra Leone will continue as a democracy guided by law, fairness, and truth, or drift toward a system governed by fear, manipulation, and impunity. It is from this foundation that we must begin our collective effort to move Sierra Leone forward, anchored in truth, guided by justice, and inspired by the courage to do what is right, not what is easy. The truth is that the cracks in our democratic foundation did not just appear overnight. They emerged and deepened gradually through complacency, through the personalization of power, through the politicization of institutions, and through the quiet erosion of accountability. Over time, we built systems that looked democratic on paper, were often compromised in practice. As we reflect on 64 years of independence, let us be humble enough to acknowledge our missteps, yet bold enough to correct them. Let us remember that democracy is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of fairness, not silence of dissent, but the protection of voices. Our generation, therefore, stands at a moral crossroad to either continue patching over the cracks or to repair the foundation once and for all. And that foundation must be built on truth, freedom, and justice, and democracy. These are principles that cannot be negotiated, postponed, or suppressed. Distinguished participants, the path before us is not one of despair, but one of determination. Sierra Leone's future will not be defined by the challenges of the moment, but by the courage with which we continue to confront them sustainably, fairly, and with strong determination and conviction. The question before us is not whether democracy can be restored, but whether we have the moral will to restore it now, faithfully, peacefully, and resolutely. As I reflect on our current reality, I do not see a failed state, but a nation yearning for renewal. Yes, Israeli renewal. I do not see a defeated people, but a resilient citizenry, ready to reclaim their rights to be governed through fairness and truth. The task ahead demands honesty, discipline, and unity of purpose. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends of Sierra Leone, as I bring these reflections to a close, I invite us all to look before the horizon of today's uncertainties and imagine a Sierra Leone reborn, governed by truth, guided by justice, and strengthened by the democratic values we all hold dear. Sierra Leone's story is one of unfulfilled promises. Possessing resources, expertise, dedicated individuals, and ethical strength, we are equipped to reshape our democracy so that it not only lasts, but also serves as a source of inspiration. But for this transformation to take root, we must each play our part with integrity, patience, and resolve. We must restore the credibility of our institutions and the sanctity of the vote. These are acts of patriotism and the way forward for a nation determined to reconcile, to reform, and to rise again. Let us remember that democracy is not a gift that others can perfect for us. It is a duty that we must perfect ourselves. Every generation of Sierra Leoneans must renew this covenant, ensuring that the sacrifices were not in vain. In this effort, I reaffirm my unwavering commitment to peaceful democratic change, to vengeance, and to leadership that unites rather than divides. Sierra Leone's progress will not come from the noise of confrontation, the plane of consensus, not from rhetoric, but from results. To our international partners, I extend gratitude and principled support. The compelling fight for electoral justice now and electoral reform, therefore, in Sierra Leone. It is part of the broader global commitment to protect democracy wherever tested or challenged. To my fellow Sierra Leoneans, both at home and across the world, to our political leaders and leadership, to our media and social bloggers, to all civil society organizers, and to all our religious leaders, we cannot lose faith, the very ideals that define us. The spirit of resilience that saw us through our darkest days remains our greatest asset. Time to channel that spirit not into development, not into fear, but into freedom. The Lord's future is not predetermined. It shapes actions we take today, tomorrow. I stand before you tonight, not as a man of grievance, but as a messenger of community. I believe, no matter how long it takes to toil, just find a secure forum. There's the recognition, tolerance, dialogue, therefore confident that no bend can exist. What I will make clear so and to defend you our right.
Doc, Doc, can you be a little bit louder? We've missed quite a chunk of what you're saying.
This struggle, though uncertain, is not without hope. It is a winnable fight, one that demands unity, one that demands courage, and one that demands our persistence. I call upon all who share my conviction to rally around your conscience, to remain steadfast in the pursuit of justice, and to continue pressing forward until the will of the people is restored. The path may be long, but the cause is just. With collective determination, Sierra Leone can reclaim its democratic integrity and secure a future built on fairness, accountability, and the true voice of its citizens. May our beloved country find peace, stability, and democratic renewal. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and may God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samura Kamara, for that statement, which clearly has given us or summarized the purpose of this particular conference tonight. We want to thank you especially. Very clear in your statement that the principle of freedom, justice, and democracy, and in fact, it's a concept, and you want to achieve this, and we all want to achieve this commitment to peaceful change. We're grateful for that. I think it's very clear that as we conclude this dialogue tonight, that we should all reaffirm ourselves to the future of Sierra Leone. And this depends on our collective willingness to act with courage, responsibility, and urgency, as highlighted. That tonight, the tripartite, we've all come to the agreement that it should serve as the roadmap, the blueprint for the way forward for national cohesion in Sierra Leone. And this can only happen with a mutual respect and political maturity. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission has taught us that reconciliation and reform cannot be postponed. The consequences of delay are visible everywhere in our country. We should believe that a nation can again lead the world to turning conflict into opportunity and division into strength. Remember, the world is watching everyone. With those words, I wanted to thank everyone that came today, and I'll hand over to my co-host. It's been a privilege. Thank you so much, Dr. Kamara, for summarizing and invigorating the fight for freedom and justice in our country. Over to you, Madam Fatima.
Thank you very much, my co-host, and thanks to everyone for spending this time tonight. I will not go over most of the points, but there are key things that we just need to remind ourselves. As some of the speakers have highlighted some key issues. One is the tripartite recommendations at treaty. Two, we call for the publication of all the recommendations, all 85 of them. Also, we as the diasporans, we are the voice of our people, and we have a responsibility. We must build kinship to strengthen our democracy. The implementation of the tripartite recommendation is non-negotiable, and it's imperative that it is fully implemented. And we have a moral responsibility to restore democracy, and therefore to build a nation and that is based on democracy, unity, dignity, and therefore we will rebuild, we will reclaim, and we will prosper. Over to Madam Zainab
Just one second,
Omoyemi.
Ima. I think we must bring up the apologies of the UK contingent. We were expecting British MPs, Neil Coyle, but due to assignment today, he sent his apology. He couldn't make it. And he's always been a friend of Sierra Leone who stood by us throughout this journey. We are grateful for his time. He was really committed. He was very enthusiastic and looking forward to part of this. And also, we have a councillor, a Labour councillor in the UK, in the person of Madam Fatima Kamara. Unfortunately, the Labour Congress is ongoing right now, tonight. We've been in conversation throughout. She was to make a statement that during the time for her slot, she was on the podium in the Labour conference. So she sent this as well. She's not been able to come to us. But I can tell you that all very committed people to the fight. And thank you so much for those very points that you've stated in the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So over to you, Zainab Omoyemi, to give the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Okay. Our Honorable Director General and Deputy Director General of the Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement, our moderators, Dr. Mohamed Sissay and Mrs. Fatima Sissay, members of the SLAM Global Executive Team, the general membership of SLAM Global, both in Sierra Leone and the diaspora, our key stakeholders, all dignitaries, respected guests of honor and distinguished panelists, members of the various media handles, distinguished guests and attendees, good evening. I am proud to propose this vote of thanks on behalf of the Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement. We are beyond thankful for the success of this exclusive webinar conference on Sierra Leone's democracy at Crossroads and the imperative of fully implementing the recommendations of the Tripartite Committee, which you have all graced with your presence. We appreciate all our speakers and panelists who gladly and wholeheartedly agreed to participate in this very significant event. We have had an invaluable opportunity of listening to a very stimulating discussion on our motherland's democratic trajectory in the context of regional and trends, especially after the controversial 2023 elections in Sierra Leone, elections that did not produce any credible data in support of the results announced by the Elections Commissioner, Mr. Mohamed Kone. We also listened to a discussion on the importance of implementing the recommendations of the Tripartite Committee in full, without let or hindrance. As we conclude these discussions, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge our distinguished participants. Dr. Alfred Vinod Fuller, Dr. Matthew Wilson Samura Kamara, Dr. Fatima Babi, Chief Sebora Somano Kapen, Julius Benko Injengeng, Ambassador John Lee, and Mr. Air Martin Monde for taking time off your busy schedule just to be here with us and to make this event extra special. However, no matter how well we plan this event, it will not have been possible without you, our excellent moderators. Dr. Mohamed Sise and Mrs. Fatima Sise. Together, you stirred such important and stimulating discussion with consummate eloquence and clarity that when we conclude this session, everyone will agree with me that it has been an eye-opener on not only Sierra Leone's democratic trajectory in the wake of the controversial 2023 elections, but also on what we can do as Sierra Leoneans at home and abroad to correct these wrongdoings and say never again. Our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the following people for their relentless efforts in making this event an absolute success. Our SLAM support team, Mr. Ba, Pastor Esther Dorame, Mary H. Kamara, Mrs. Beatrice Conte, and Anne-Marie Demir. Our advertising team, the social media bloggers, Mr. Salon, APC Malaika, African Teacher, Mohammed Moriba, and all others who have shared and advertised the event. The dynamic and fearless electoral justice spokesman, Mr. Mohammed Warisei. Our planning and organizing team, SLAM Zoom team, and the general membership. Our SLAM media team, Mr. Hassan A. Toure, Mohamed O. Bangura, Karifa Kamara, and Dr. Amadou Denke. The various media handles, Common Talk, Sarah Gem Media, Queen of Social Media, APC Diaspora Online TV, and Weird. You have all put in tremendous efforts and personal sacrifices to make this event possible. Your commitment and drive are truly appreciated and do not go unnoticed. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our SLAM Global Executive Team and members for your unwavering support and for your personal and collective sacrifices in the fight for our democracy. These are the kind of sacrifices that we must continue to make as we say never again. Notwithstanding our personal sacrifices in putting this event together, it will not have attracted such an attendance if every one of you had not taken time off your busy schedule to attend by joining us online. It's Tuesday and the second working day in the week, yet you choose to patronize us and contribute to a worthy national discussion. We are very grateful for that. Most importantly, we would like to thank our extraordinary attendees for making time to join us and listening to our amazing speakers and participants. We have all listened. We have all heard. We have all learned. And we are ready to make that change in restoring our democracy in Sierra Leone. Finally, I would like to thank all known and unknown hands that contributed to the success of this event. I say a big thank you to everyone for joining us tonight. Thank you, and thank you again.
Thank you, our able Mrs. Zainab. That was amazing. Thank you very much. And thanks to every one of you. Have a good night's rest and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you very much, everyone, and good night.
We won't back down. Educate, empower, raise your voice today. Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement leads the way to a brighter day. We are Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement, sons and daughters of this land, bound by purpose, driven by hope. For every child, every mother, every voice unheard, we rise for unity, we fight for justice, we speak for peace, we move together. Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement, we are here to stay. Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement. Slow. Rise of Sierra Leone, it's time we shine. From the hills of Freetown to diamond mines of Kono. We are one voice, we are one dream, building a nation through Slam's great voices. No more silence, no more fear. Let unity and justice draw us near. Across the world and deep at home, we fight for truth, we stand as one. Together, corruption, no more lies. Transparent dreams under honest skies. Democracy is more than just a name. With Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement, we give the people hope, justice served, equality born in every heart, a brand new dawn. Let's lift our flag and proudly show. Together for Salone, hand in hand we go. For peace, for justice, let the whole world know. From the diaspora to every town, Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement is rising. We won't back down. Educate, empower, raise your voice today. Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement leads the way to a brighter day.
Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, welcome once more. Welcome again. I don't know if you can hear me, but can I have a thumbs up if you can hear me? And welcome to another edition. This one is not an impromptu, but I just want to welcome everybody that is watching right now. And I want to say welcome to now once more on a very late Tuesday. And the time now is roughly about 2 minutes after 10 UK time, which is almost the same time in Sierra Leone and possibly the same time elsewhere. On behalf of SLAM, I want to say thank you guys for joining the Zoom link. And the event was fully attended, well over 700 people plus on the Zoom. And it was broadcasted on various different platforms, including Sierra Leone Media. Again, it's just the amount of support that we give to our community every other day. And that support does not come lightly, especially for a week a day like this. And we know say this is just day 2 of the week and everybody is still busy at work and still doing stuff as it is very early in the week. So I want to say thank you for those who were watching on Zoom and thanks for your patience. And also thank you to the ones that were watching on YouTube and Facebook. And I want to say thank you to the comments them few way come and few way we possibly see and read. For those that are watching and the silent watchers and the invisibles, I also want to say thank you too, because we know for say we normally get a huge amount of invisible watchers, then we can always be online with we. So on behalf of the team, I want to extend another gratitude to SLAM and their membership for bringing these events together. As we all know, SLAM represents Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement, and that movement came about a couple of years ago, since after the 2023 elections and all the other issues then surrounding the elections will get to end up with the tripartite system we come in place for actually solve the issues why we still not get to election results up till date. So that's how SLAM came about. It was an initial group of various different people from various different walks of life that came together to do justice, to find justice for the abuse of human rights in Sierra Leone and also justice towards the injustice of the election process, and also the electoral justice is what the Islam actually focus on apart from all the other human rights caused them within the fight. So it has been a smooth ride, a very challenging and a very consistent ride of SLAM members and then on go possibly all around the diaspora in terms of galvanizing, mobilizing, and putting together Sierra Leoneans to come on board and support this initiative. I will not say it's a movement, even though it's called Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement, but it's more or less like a mobilization of Sierra Leoneans to come and adapt to the system of making sure that we have electoral justice in Sierra Leone, which I think every Sierra Leonean demands. It is our right to be able to have the right to know what the results are for any election, not even talking about a general election, we will get for votes and elect we presidents them. So we don't see the controversy we don't happen over the past couple of years, and that's how SLAM came to be. And they've done a lot of work in the diaspora. They've done a lot of work in various different capacities in trying to mobilize people, like I said earlier on. And we don't see what in the do. But this is the very first conference that they're holding together. A national global conference we didn't decide for host online. And as we were invited to be part of the team, we accept the invitation and we decided to broadcast it live on Sierra Leone Media. We go on for apologize on their behalf for a few of the other issues that maybe they happened technically. And again, I will give them the kudos to say they did the best they can, and the best of what they can do is what actually people watch on the day. What we try to do is just try to refine it a little bit more and get you guys what we can on the day. So I hope so now go bear with that, and I hope so now when I've been satisfied and quite happy with what we gave you guys. So now I just want to do some quick analysis of the program itself and then make some few comments and suggestions and what's in my own view and take about the entire conference on its own. First of all, the initiative is a very good one because I think every single Sierra Leonean living in Sierra Leone and the diaspora, we want to see the end product of the 2023 general elections we happen at Sierra Leone because we still haven't received any form of results to date. So again, it is our right to know what's the outcome of that election, even though some people may have moved on, some may haven't, and some still stick to the grounds for say the election is not yet over until the results are publicly announced and we don't agree and satisfy say yes, this is the way forward for Sierra Leone. So the program starts off initially with an opening prayer, which was quite good. I know we know say we get Buddhists there within our community. That was an interesting part of the program we are see, and one of the hosts was a Buddhist. So basically, we now have Sierra Leoneans who are practicing Buddhism, which is quite interesting. And we see one of the hosts, the female host, we say in your prayer in Buddhism, and that was a very interesting period for the starting of the program. Well, Sierra Leoneans can be very creative, very tolerant, very incorporative, very cooperative, and this is exactly the elements of tolerance we don't see from Sierra Leone. Now we don't begin practice Judaism. We could go into Hinduism just very soon, but I don't think we can go into the satanic, how you call it? The satanic side of religion. We do not believe in anything apart of the satanic cause. But definitely, I don't think we are going down that road as Sierra Leoneans. But we always like for trying new things as Sierra Leoneans. We like for get ourselves involved into various different activities. Then we will feel to say we want to be part of, which is very good. So going on with the program, I think it started off well. We have a couple of speakers who were supposed to be on the program but did not attend. I don't know the reason behind it, whether it's technical issues or something to do with the fact that they don't want to be part of it or they want to be part of it but they were not able to join. But we see Ambassador John Lee, we struggled for join later on, come on again and join. And he was the last speaker before we have Dr. Samura Kamara a message. But going back to all the messages, then we come along. I think people spoke with their honest opinion and honest truth about what they think of the entire activity we don't unfold in Sierra Leone since 2023. And for that reason, they had to make their own analysis of what they think is happening now in Sierra Leone and how they can review and revive some of the things they wouldn't feel to say should not be left alone, should be dealt with in various different capacities, because we think, say, some of those things cannot be left unturned, because it's very important for me we get a situation where we find ourselves so, and then we just left them for make it happen. It is not a good sight, and I don't think every Sierra Leonean should be able to accept and move on in that trajectory. But that is what has happened, and we discuss for see how best we can make things happen for make sure say we get we get the get going, because it's very important. So now as we begin here from the various different speakers, them it start off with introduction of the main host when Dr. Mohammed Ahmed Sise, and in co-host we now the lovely lady by the name of is it Mrs. Anne Marie? I'm not too sure, but I will check that again once more to make sure whether I've got the right name for the co-host. But again, they both introduced themselves, and we know Dr. Cisse is one of us in the UK, and he shows say yes, he's been in London and he graduated in Sierra Leone as a doctor and then continued his practice in the UK. But moving on to some of the speakers, the first one was I would say I will skip one or two, but come to Dr. Fuller, who is the pioneer behind SLAM. Dr. Fuller has been an advocate for people in the fight against human rights abuse in Sierra Leone since I am knowledgeable of his activities. I'll go date him back till 2022, 2023, after the elections is when I actually saw him actively involved in advocating for human rights abuse, where they set up a delegation for going to the UN, various different quarters all over the world, for complaining about the Julius Maada government about some of the activities then where they happen, where they were not happy about, until we now see he became the leader and pioneer for Islam. I mean, his message was quite clear. He was addressing some of the issues that we should not go back and accept, because as far as he's concerned, the election is not over until we have the results been announced publicly, which I think many Sierra Leoneans agree with. And he also raised various other different concerns about some of the abuse of power and some of the things that we feel to say don't go wrong in Sierra Leone since after 2023. I think his message was direct, and his message was one to remember, because he highlights so many concerns then we obviously as Sierra Leoneans we should not just sit back and just accept. So I was paying attention to many of the statements that they make in his speech. And moving on, I don't want to keep this too long. I just want to make a brief analysis of various things that I captured when I write down, because I think, say, if I come and sit down for analyze the entire program from start to finish with every individual speakers, I think I will possibly be repeating myself. But there are certain things that I take into consideration where I jot down what I feel to say very important. Now, moving on to Mr. A. Martin Monde, we now the person we can talk on media specifically and the role of media since after the tripartite report was published. So what his concerns were the role of media within the tripartite. Me as a media practitioner myself, I think I find his discussion very much interesting to see where it is going to lead to. And some of the leading areas of his discussion is how can media be used effectively and how can media be used ineffectively. So he raised those two concerns and he highlights some of the reasons why the media in Sierra Leone is what it is right now. And some of those concerns is the right for freedom of expression, where I think he focused on a lot. It's the right, it's a God-given right by every citizen in Sierra Leone. It's not a constitutional right, it's a right that every Sierra Leonean should have. A freedom of expression is something that you should not hold on behalf of anything other than give that human being his right to be able to express himself. He mentioned a specific example about a child where they start for say blah blah blah, growing up and learning to talk. As a parent, you don't stop your child when you see your child saying blah blah blah, because that child is practicing to say some few words. So you encourage the child to say more so that the child will improve in their speech and be able to talk properly. That's a very serious and good example to make, because again, it's not the same when it comes to the media in Sierra Leone, because as he highlighted, since after 2018 election coming up to 2023 election, the role of the media has been demolished into two factors, and those factors are factors that he made significant example on. So what he said was, how do you express the role of freedom of speech in Sierra Leone as a media practitioner? He mentioned few concerns within the media sector, one of which now the media accountability, media disinformation, media positioning. So those are three elements that he highlighted, but I will just touch on them slightly and see what they actually try for drivers. When it comes to media accountability, do we have the same media that we used to have 15, 20 years ago in Sierra Leone, or has the media changed from 2018 to 2023 and as to date? So he mentioned the likes of bloggers, Samura Kamara bloggers, APC bloggers, SLPP bloggers, and he was asking the question, who are these people blogging? Are they blogging the news or blogging individuals or blogging the facts of what is happening in Sierra Leone? So that's a serious question of concern. What are the elements of those blogging or bloggers that we have in Sierra Leone? And that's on accountability. Accountability of media comes in very different facets, one of which you can look at the basis of why media houses should be accountable of the reports that they are putting out there to the public. Because if those reports are not accurate, if those reports don't have substantial backing to verify some of the things that they are saying, it means the reports are misleading. We come to the next elements of voting. It talk about misinformation. So the misinformation side of things has two forms as well. It's either on a propaganda scale or on the scale of actually making false allegations or false reports about something that you yourself quite sure know is not correct, or you yourself quite sure know say it correct, but you just mess around with the facts, say you don't want to tell people the truth. We've seen that sort of media practice in Sierra Leone very much common within the media practitioners than we see in various different platforms. As we now know, social media has made it very much even difficult to manage and control, because anybody that has a phone that has a good camera and can record voice and picture can actually call themselves either a blogger or a social media expert or somebody who tells the news or somebody who reports on something. So the disinformation is becoming very much common within our community. Something may have gone wrong somewhere in Kuntolo, and then all of a sudden you see videos going all over the place before you realize, oh, it's fake or it's real or it's not. How do you filter those information that you can actually assess what is real and what isn't real? So it takes time, pardon me, it takes time for individuals to be able to assess those information if they are disinforming or they are legitimate. So those are some of the challenges that we've been faced with when it comes to media and media positioning. So to me, when he mentioned media positioning, it has a strategic point in media positioning. For various different media outlets, they position themselves for specific reasons, either to gain commercials from businesses. So they will target their media house to people who can afford to pay for sponsorship or to pay for adverts or to run adverts on their platforms. So when you look at print media and sound radio media and television media has changed drastically. Now, for the fact that people don't read that much, print media is totally dying out because they haven't been able to position themselves to compete with the social media aspects of online stuff we get for do with audio and video. So print media is slowly dying out, because the reading capacity of Sierra Leoneans is not that great anymore. But not just Sierra Leoneans. I think is a global or national thing. So if you look at the ways as which then they print newspapers, then even in the UK, has dropped. Before you used to have the Guardian, the Times, and the Sun. These are all tabloids. I mean, tabloid papers don't even exist that much anymore. But before first time you go see the Sun, they come out every other weekend. The page 3 girls are always like go to page for, well, I would say not private, but people who like women or who like to see partially undressed women. So there was a reason why print media was making so much gain within the media industry. But after some time, you get the newspapers and now we began advertise jobs them on their newspapers, like the Evening Times. Evening Times used to advertise jobs at the back or in the middle page of their newspaper. So they have a different form of attraction. So like I said, positioning your media house means a lot to either the audience that you're targeting or what you're getting back in return. But for what we now see in Sierra Leone when it comes to positioning in media is directed to specific individuals, directed to specific politicians, directed to specific political parties, because it is for gain, not for substantial news vendors, but to gain something back in return for you to be able to say, I have made some money out of what I am doing. So positioning is very key. And why do we think we have to position ourselves at the rate at which we need to gain stability for the business, we need to gain morality for the business, and we also need to gain sustainability for the business? Is very crucial for how we position ourselves in terms of media. And then now when you go to other area of publishers and see what can be done and how materials can be published. On publishing, he make mention on the 85 pages of the tripartite, or the 85 points of the tripartite report we come out. I will just want to ask whether he himself has actually broadcast or published the 85 points of the tripartite report. Because I would say, I don't know, I'm just assuming, I'll speak by example. If you are claiming or making a suggestion about media outlets that are just specifically selecting certain elements of the 85 points, then I would have expected maybe yourself to have published all the 85 points on either any of your platforms or newspapers that you edited or you're editing or co-editing or you worked with, either within Sierra Leone or not. Because for myself, I haven't been able to put my hands or lay my hands on the 85 points that was agreed upon from the tripartite reports that has been published a couple of, I would say, years ago. So that is one question I possibly might want to ask Mr. Monde, whether he has published the 85 points of the tripartite report or he hasn't, because I will want to lay my hands on that, so I will be able to look at all the recommendations and see how much of those recommendations have been effectively executed by the government of Sierra Leone or in connection with what APC has also agreed to execute on the 85 points. So I think most of my analysis was based on Mr. Iamonde's analysis on media. And media accountability is very crucial, because if we don't get any form of accountability in media, and media houses should be held accountable for their reports, whether be it right or wrong, they should be able to position themselves and say, oh, well, the report that we made last week was legit, was true. Every element of that report is accurate based on the research that we have done, based on the analysis that we have made, and that is why we are putting credence or credits to what we publish. So accountability is very key in media. But let's be honest, almost media house now alone where you could be accountable for something they go don't do wrong, and then back to corner and say, oh, sorry, we actually made a wrong report for what we did last week, and we apologize to our viewers or listeners. As we all see what happened a couple of weeks ago in the UK, the BBC actually put together a documentary about Donald Trump, and they were accusing him of infiltrating or pioneering the incidents we happened na the White House or America a couple of years ago, where they go bombard the state building. So basically, he is saying, as in President Trump is saying, that is not true. He did not make a statement, but the interview was, the documentary was broadcast in a way that you might think President Trump was the one who orchestrated all the mayhem we happen na the Capitol at that particular point in time. So he is going to sue the BBC. And again, that caused some of the heads of BBC to resign, because it's a very serious matter. But that shows elements of accountability to the highest degree. Because if the BBC wasn't accountable to their reports and actually hold their heads up and say, yes, this is misinformation, or the information that we broadcasted was not correct, the information that we released on X and Y and Z could have been released in a better way, could have been drafted this way, could have been broadcasted that way. So they have been held accountable and they take full responsibility for such error, and some of them resign. So we have seen that huge change in how the media plays a role in creating confidence within the society that we live. So the 3 points I also gathered from what he says is what you should have as a media practitioner some of the qualities, some of the things that you should take into consideration. One of which will be knowledge, because if you don't have knowledge and enough knowledge, you won't be able to execute yourself as a media practitioner, because that means you have to be doing things that you are not knowledgeable about or knowledgeable of. So basically, you need to empower yourself first in whatever specialty you want to be, cutting across the media, whether it's sports, entertainment, politics, health, social issues, or developmental structure, anything. You should make sure you have enough knowledge of that particular practice before you start to make any form of report. For example, I will not go to any business reports because I don't do business reports. I can maybe talk about a few businesses, but I cannot give you a vivid analysis of a business report or a financial report in terms of my media practice. No, I can't, because I haven't studied anything about making reports on financial issues. No. So you have to be knowledgeable. And after knowledge, you need to be objective. Objectivity is also another word that he used. But again, he did not have enough time to analyze on some of these words that he highlighted in his message. But objectivity for a media practitioner is very key, because you should be able to be objective for what you are saying, objective analysis of what you're doing. You don't have to be one-sided. You have to be able to be objective about some of the things that are brought to you. You don't have to be picking, say, no, I only want one, nothing else. You have to look at various different things for you to be able to bring them together objectively, thinking about things. You don't have to be sentimental about them. You don't have to be partial about them. You have to look at the objective views and values of what you're reporting or what you're broadcasting, because if you don't put yourself in that position, then you're looking for possible problems that you will be faced with in terms of making decisions that will be totally wrong. And the last of which will be freedom of expression. So freedom of expression is for you to be able to express yourself. And by expressing yourself does not mean you have to abuse people, does not mean you have to disrespect people, does not mean you have to take the law into your hands just because you want to express yourself. Somebody has done something wrong to you, you just lash at that person. As a media practitioner, you have the right to be able to express yourself based on your opinion, not in an abusive way, but not in an insulting way, but objectively, by looking at the situation and making your own analysis. So that freedom of expression is very key. Like he says, it is not something that you should buy. It's not something that is given to you. It's your right. Constitution does not say you should have a freedom of speech. It's a human right to be able to express yourself the way you feel like, apart from not abusing somebody, because abusing somebody is not a freedom of expression, because nobody is going to be allowed to walk the streets of wherever you are and start abusing people, and you turning around to see you're expressing your freedom of speech. That is not a freedom of speech. A freedom of speech is when you're expressing your opinion about things that are meaningful, or things or values or views that you may hold on certain things, and you're putting it across objectively. So with Mr. Airmon there, who I think is an economan, I'll just assume because in him not here, they'll make a very clear analysis of the role of media and how media don't empower, or how media don't serve in the capacity of the tripartite reports we come out about a year ago or two. That alone for don't give people them enough information for see what's in the happen as Sierra Leone. Because, for example, not we all don't see this 80 recommendation or 85 recommendation. We don't even know what all of the recommendations are. But the very few way most media houses they talk about, either they have executed some or they haven't, or none of them have been executed so far. So we now have to take it upon ourselves, including myself, for find out and do my own research and find a way how I get all of these 85 recommendations. It doesn't matter how big the booklet looks, but you should be able to go through the recommendations and see what has been recommended for the two political parties to be able to go through and execute without no compromise. So these are decisions that both political parties have agreed on with international advisors or observers. being in the middle to negotiate this deal. Is it what is happening now? Is the Julius Maada Bio government actually executing what the tripartite report has recommended? But you cannot tell if you haven't seen the documents yourself. So please, let's give it a try. Let's try as much as possible, including myself, to be able to find and get hold of that particular document so you can make a meaningful judgment of whether the document makes sense or it doesn't make sense in your opinion. I was looking forward to hear from Dr. Wadi Williams. Again, is another pioneer of a civil society, a founding member of the Progressives. I think we host the Progressives about a month or two ago in London on one of their launching. They did have an event, and they were supposed to be talking about, again, electoral malpractice and human rights abuse and abuse of power in Sierra Leone. These are very different Sierra Leoneans that are working in Sierra Leone in very different capacities. Some of them are media practitioners, some of them are social media bloggers, some of them are social commentators, and some of them are lawyers by trade, and some of them are doctors. So all walks of life, and they call themselves the Progressive. So I was actually looking forward to what Dr. Wadi Williams was coming to say and what will be his contribution in this particular discussion, because to talk on civil society and media is very important, because we've seen the role of civil society in Sierra Leone today and what they have been doing in terms of holding government or holding institutions accountable for those that don't have the power and rights to do so. So it would have been very nice for him to be on this program today and see what his analysis or statement is going to be directed towards when it comes to the role of civil society and media in Sierra Leone post 2023 election. But unfortunately, he wasn't around. But the other one that impressed me so much is the Honorable Chief Old gentleman who actually came and spoke directly about some of the issues that we are faced with in Sierra Leone, none other than Chief Sumanan Kapen, who spoke about political dialogue and the role of politics in Sierra Leone as of now. I think with Chief Suman Kapen, he actually break down the real issue that we are faced with in Sierra Leone, which is based on tribal lines, more so political lines as well. And what in Ibidiskai for emphasize now the fact say tribally, Sierra Leone has trained on tribal lines, wherein the north and the southeast are bending down to their tribal lines, who are possibly one of the largest tribes in Sierra Leone, either the Timni and the Mindays, and work alongside other small tribes to be able to push their political agenda. I think he has some serious issues of concern that he raised. If Sierra Leone wants to go to the next level in terms of adhering the concerns of what politics should be, then we should not be thinking tribalistically. Tribes should not play any role in actually bringing Sierra Leone together and making that change. So he spoke extensively on the issue of tribalism and the issue of partisan and the issue of what brought about the tribal reign of what was happening back in the days of Samuel Timagai to date. And his analysis on that was very much educative for somebody with such knowledge. And to be able to pass that knowledge to us tonight, I think was very important. So for those who were listening, and I think we should have gathered enough information and possibly likely, be able to identify where the rooted problems of Sierra Leone actually came from. And I think the tribal line has a very key, significant role that has been included in the political parties now that we have. So we therefore look at what in Chief Sumana Kapen say and possibly make some changes. I don't think that is going to be easy, but again, we can. There is nothing impossible on earth. They say what God cannot change, nobody can. So if we look at some of the changes that we have gone through since the days of Sir Milton, Sir Albert, Sheikh Stevens to date, it has been a great significant amount of changes. Some of them are good and some of them are bad. But to wrap it all up in one go, we still haven't been able to make that change that will change the mindset of Sierra Leoneans, that will bring development, that will bring community cohesion, that will bring peace, that will bring love for one another. So we still have to work on that because it's very important. And if we try to avoid the tribal card and avoid the political lines of individual and try to be Sierra Leoneans, maybe, just about maybe, we'll be able to make that change for every Sierra Leonean to benefit. So Chief Sumana campaign in point was very clear, and I think he made that point vividly and clearly for those who were listening, and not to go back to some of the stuff that we don't hear but and see in the early 60s to the 70s to the 80s and possibly repeating it itself today. So that now the lesson we I think say Chief Sumana campaign give, and we for hold that lesson there with very strong hands. And we move on to some of the things that he also highlights. We get for do with the two political parties, APC and SLPP. They talk about election processes and who win and not win elections the way he highlights. Well, I get some small question mark to some of those elections that he highlighted. The very first two were now the Tijan Kaba Yon. Okay, clear cut. It was clearly Tijan Kaba. And we also say yes. Then you not get too much question because it was a transition time after the war. We need somebody new, and Tijan Kaba came and he won the first election. The second one was not practically an election to say, but he was given a second chance to fix the problems that he wasn't able to fix during his first term. So he won those two elections clearly, and as we see again during the days of Anis Kroma, himself also win in first election, and then he win in second election. So what he was trying to highlight in terms of winning elections, these two political parties have served 2 terms each. 2 terms each equally. Now that's actually say be one for try for highlight first. And then moving on now to the next one. Does it really mean say, okay, he said President Bio win 2018 election. Okay. Okay. SLPP won 2018 election. They cannot say President Bio. They can say SLPP because he was talking about political parties directly and possibly mentioning the presidency of those political parties. So basically he said SLPP won the 2018 election. And when he goes to, 2018, when he goes to 2023, he did not say SLPP won. He said the electoral commissioner announced the winner of that party. But let me go back to 2018. 2018 election has a very challenging result as well. And the reason why make 2018 election gets a challenging result now because people voted, but the international communities, as we all clearly know, wanted a regime change. I was in Sierra Leone. I did not count the votes, but I saw what happened. And to be very honest, if APC as a political party won all the seats in Freetown, they won possibly all the seats in the north. That's 2018 I'm talking about. And they won some few seats in the southeast. Overwhelmingly, APC won that election. But like I said, international communities want a regime change. So it doesn't matter who won that election. It was going to be given to SLPP as a political party. For very significant reasons. As Sumana Kapen highlighted, SLPP won the first 2 elections after the war, and APC won the second 2 elections after the first 2 elections won by SLPP. So it's like balancing the scale of responsibility now that APC and SLPP has served 2 terms, so it will now be the turn for SLPP to serve again. That's how I see it. That's how I analyze what Chief Samura Kamara was trying to say. Not by my words, but by the way he was making his analysis. It seems like to me 2 terms each now is to start all over again. Is it where we are right now? Maybe, just about maybe, because Chief Samura Kamara was possibly one of the pioneers behind the Bintumani 1 and 2. I don't know, I'm just assuming. Maybe he knows about it because by then he was possibly leading the front of the SLPP because I believe he was a chairman for the party for some time. So for him to make such statements, to me, I just gathered the fact that maybe, just about maybe, he's now looking at the possibility of serving 2 terms each again. And it's like the rollover of the 2 term is now the time for SLPP to take over. So basically, he mentioned SLPP won the 2018 election, and I mean the 2018 election, and then 2023, he just leave it open to say electoral commissioner announced SLPP as the winner. But for sure, we all knew what conspired at that election. We still haven't got the result yet. That is why we have these slam events today. So that is a question to be answered. Did SLPP won the 2023 elections? We still can't confirm that, but we still have a president that is standing as a president of the Republic of Sierra Leone. So let's move on. So that to me was Chief Sumane's campaign concern, but what he highlighted the most is for us as Sierra Leoneans to come to the table and have a serious political dialogue. What does that mean? Is a question that we should be asking. What is a political dialogue? Who are the political parties that should be involved in this dialogue? Why should these political parties be involved in this dialogue? So we have to look at all those tiny statements made by these learned individuals, why they are making such statements. Is it a lesson for us to go back and review, or is it something that we should take into consideration and see what best we can do to change the narrative of what has happened over the past couple of years? So a political dialogue is very important, but why now? Why was this political dialogue not important in 2018? Why was it not important in 2023? Why now? Is it something that is just like the norm of how people behave and expect things to be normal because they now know something is unfolding? That's a question that I am asking. Maybe I'll get answers later on. So I now go to Dr. Fatima Babe, and she spoke for the diaspora. Well, she spoke for which diaspora? Diaspora in America, diaspora in Europe, diaspora in Africa, which diaspora? The reason why I'm asking which diaspora is because the diaspora is a wider environment. It's a massive, big community that exists all over the world. And I don't expect the UK diaspora to be talking for the diaspora. They did not single out UK. They make it a global statement because the UK diaspora is different from the American diaspora. The American diaspora is different from the European diaspora. The European diaspora is different from the African diaspora because these are all people that live out of Sierra Leone. So basically you call them diaspora. But primarily, we were looking at the diaspora for people who live in Europe and America and Asia. But now Africa has also been included in the quote-unquote word say diaspora. For as long as you live outside of Sierra Leone, it means you live in a diaspora. Okay. When she was talking about the role of the diaspora, things that we should do, the power that we have, the freedom that we have to speak the truth, it's all true. Yes, we have that power to speak the truth. We have the freedom to say things that we want to say. We don't have to filter our words just by what she was saying. That when you invite her to a program, she will say things as it is. But if you want her to be filtering what she's going to be saying, she will not participate. I respect that. But when we talk about the diaspora, who directly are we making references to? She lives in America, and the American diaspora is different from the UK diaspora. The UK diaspora might have a different approach to the way they look at things in Sierra Leone. But one agenda that we all have the best intention for Sierra Leone to grow. But how we're going to execute it might not be the same. So when we're making blanket statement for the whole of the population that we serve, I think we should be able to separate them. In the UK, the diaspora that we have here is a moderate one, might not be a moderate one, is a diaspora that is actively involved in pushing the agenda of political parties, especially APC and SLPP, or the UK diaspora is where the executive body of running political parties came from, exists in Sierra Leone. So these are all various different capacities of the diaspora, and we look at things differently. So yes, I do respect the fact that she was talking and representing the diaspora, but also I would have loved her to be direct about what the American diaspora are doing and what possibly is expected of the diaspora to do, which I think he highlighted a little bit on in terms of our main goal and agenda, in terms of amplifying our voices for the ones that are in Sierra Leone that don't have a voice to speak. But that comes with a huge amount of disadvantage, a huge amount of advantage. To how you measure the two is entirely up to you. Your assessment on that particular aspect of what the diaspora can do and cannot do is entirely up to the diaspora. I mean, the African diaspora don't talk that much, but they are very effective because they just live next to the country Sierra Leone. They're not too far from the continent. They're just like a couple of countries away. And the European diaspora is also different because it's too far away. It's a couple of hours to fly to Sierra Leone from London. It's a couple of hours to fly from America to Sierra Leone. You possibly have to travel for 2 days because you have to fly from America to Europe and from Europe to Sierra Leone. So those are some of the challenges that the diaspora are faced with. But to me, I still hold the diaspora accountable in so many different areas in terms of governance. I say this most times, some of the diaspora that I know don't like to hear it. And just like Doctor, just like Doctor says, let me find her name again. Dr. Fatima Babe, just like she says, you cannot filter my words. So even though sometimes you say things that people might not like, as long as you're objective about it and you're not abusing them. But I think the diaspora has done a lot of damage. People hold me accountable to these words sometimes when I say that, because they said, no, it's not all the diaspora, some specific elements of the diaspora, which is true. But generally, the diaspora is like the brain basket of what happens in Sierra Leone. Currently, as we speak, and even previously, 10, 15, 20 years ago. What has been their contribution is questionable in some areas. And the reason why I'm saying it's questionable in some areas, you cannot take a diaspora that haven't lived in Sierra Leone for 15, 20 years to go and manage anything in Sierra Leone, because he won't be able to do it. That's fact. He will not be able to execute that duty, even though he has the professional capacity. Maybe I need to ask my producer to get me some water, if that's possible, and it will be great. But I think the diaspora has a brain basket to be able to execute things in Sierra Leone if they choose to do so. And the reason why I'm saying if they choose to do so, now because most of the people they employ from the diaspora are supposed to be professionals in their career path, are supposed to have an experience in what they are doing, are supposed to be able to manage and have structures embedded in them because they are from the diaspora. Thank you very much. Like I said, my producer gave me some water. Thank you. So, like I was saying, the role of the diaspora should have been very much significant to Sierra Leone because we've seen the role of other nations' diaspora. Indonesia, I will not say all their expertise that they have right now were trained in Indonesia. No, Most of them left the country, possibly sponsored by government initiatives or scholarships, to go and study outside of Indonesia. And then when they finish, they return back home and serve. We've seen the same in Ghana, in other African countries that are developing greatly. We've seen the same in Nigeria. I'm not saying the diaspora is that bad, but at least the diaspora should have done a lot more in terms of raising the awareness of development in Sierra Leone. But I think they haven't done enough. They haven't done much at all. So as much as we want to defend ourselves to be from the diaspora and what we have contributed towards Sierra Leone and what we intend to contribute and how we want to raise our voices to raise concerns about things that are affecting Sierra Leoneans that lives in Sierra Leone, we should also be able to be accountable of some of our actions when we go to Sierra Leone. Because some of our actions in Sierra Leone is very much appalling. We don't behave like we have experience in some of the things that we do. We don't behave like we have elements of empathy for people. Yeah, some do. I'm not saying every one of us. Some do, and some definitely don't. Some abuse the system as much as they can. Some are just waiting to be given the opportunity to go and serve and they milk whatever they have in front of them. We've seen that a lot. And for the fact that they haven't lived in Sierra Leone for decades, they don't have no empathy for the people that lives there. They don't have no love, no courage, no nothing to be able to say to them, okay, well, I have lived here for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. I have that compassionate value for human life here because my people that are around me have been my friends. I have known them. I don't want to go and see them suffer if I can afford. So that's one thing I would say about the diaspora. So I would say to Madam Fatima Babe, you made a very great impression in the diaspora, and it can be better. But I think what you did was extremely good, and keep on the good work and make sure the diaspora thrive for better in Sierra Leone and not just for milking the small resources that we have. Again, I go say milking the small resources that we have because the resources not only Boko, but that small one day we day, now Boko people in the focus on. But not until we get to Dr. Ambassador Lee, Ion's side of the conversation was very interesting. He talks about democracy. And this is somebody that has served in possibly the highest capacity in Sierra Leone. He don't serve few governments. Specifically, he was a member of the SLPP political party and he was assigned as an ambassador to America. He has extensive experience in democracy and in governance. So when somebody like Adizi talk about democracy, you know exactly what he means. He didn't talk because he feels for talking, he talk because he knows. He don't face with some of the experiences of what democracy should look like and what it shouldn't look like. He mentioned few elements of democracy where I feel to say people possibly don't acknowledge that much. He mentioned the democracy of few individuals that have implemented their own form of democracy that hasn't worked. The democracy of partisan, the democracy of tribe, the democracy of political parties, the democracy of self. And that democracy is not effective in Sierra Leone at all because we've seen the results of such democracy. The democracy of abuse of power. An individual should be running things on their own and not answerable to nobody. That's not the democracy that we want in Sierra Leone. So on his discussion about democracy, I think he make them very clear, say, Usa with Gusu and Usa with Day cannot be interpreted or called democracy. Because it don't make sense at all. For what you see the unfold, and this is somebody who belong to the SLPP party, and I still believe, say, he might have some form of affiliation. I'm not sure whether he still carries a party card. But you don't see the abuse of power for time and time immemorial. And now you don't realize, say, well, we have to start to talk about these things. I read some of his articles that he writes on issues. And he's very straightforward with some of the things that he's talking about. Nearly Ben anymore. So we get to begin look at some of them things. They have to really learn individuals. They have to tell we when are the old folks then within our society, because they don't carry age, but then still they tell we say salon be better in their days than now. That's a shame, because we expect salon for be better than their days, but it's quite the opposite. And it is a very disappointing thing for us at our age for still the talk say, oh, where I been old 12 years old, I be they do XYZ, I be they drink water na pump na streets, all them streets the way possible as I be we get junction, get pump the run, you they come up play ball na school, you carry you wash your foot first on that pump before you go na hose. All those experiences we cannot share them now. And this is the 20th century. Well, we're going into the 21st century. We cannot share those experiences now with the beginner or the one who grand beginner. So what is better, 40 years ago or now? 40 years ago, we had pipe-borne water. 40 years ago, we had facilities in Sierra Leone. 40 years ago, we have a cleaner Freetown. 40 years ago, Sierra Leone was better than it is right now. So what has gone wrong with the democracy that we embrace? What has gone wrong? Because it means a lot has gone wrong for us to be where we are right now. Are we actually practicing democracy? Then we should be asking ourselves our question whether the democracy that we practice in Sierra Leone is one fit for its nation. Because otherwise, we don't have to practice it. Because if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We will say we need a tight hand, a strong-fisted individual who come for change alone. Is that what we have right now? And how does it work for us? Is it benefiting the nation or is it benefiting individuals? We now live in a country where all the political positions them has been given to people that have certain surnames that come from certain areas that belong to certain political parties. That is not the Sierra Leone we want. Is that the democracy that we should be bragging about? And that's a food for thought, because John Lee can very clear say, Ambassador John Lee can very clear say, we got to begin look at that form of democracy. Because if we not look at what has happened back in the past that is so wrong, and we still they do the same thing that we would only do back in the past was so wrong, it means we haven't changed, and we're not looking forward to execute any amount of change as Sierra Leoneans. Now, for roundup, I come to the highlights of the events where now Dr. Samura Kamara in message, and we see how much time we Dr. Ahmed Sise take for introduce them, which is good. I mean, you can see all the accolades, all the qualifications, all the experiences where Dr. Samura gets over the past couple of years since he came into administration. He don't work at the UN, he don't work, he don't work at international communities, he don't work at the Commonwealth, he don't work at the IMF. He has a lot of experience. He don't be bank governor of Sierra Leone, he don't be minister of finance, he don't be minister of foreign affairs. He gets plenty experience. But I'll make one example. I don't left him out deliberately, but I just want to make an example now. We see where the UN representative come for represent. Yeah? And he came, he sat there, he had his camera on, he was relaxed, and he delivered a short message, not longer than maybe 3 minutes. Precise, to the point, and bang. One of the people that we helped for execute and puts together the tripartite reports, and it don't highlight the significance of the tripartite report and why the tripartite report should be executed with no compromise. But we all see the way how he appear. We all see the way how he carry himself. We all see the way how he deliver a message. And we all see the way how he close. I just want to make you reflect on that. And now come to Dr. Samura Kamara in appearance for carrying a message. This event was specifically put together on his behalf. This event was specifically put together for his message. This event was specifically put together for help run in campaign on electoral justice. This event has been planned for how long? I don't know. Maybe for a month or 2 or 3, I'm not sure. But I'm just assuming that this event has been put together for well over maybe 3 or 4 weeks minimum. I mean, for you to reach out to all the speakers, then will not be a day's job. It will have been something that they are trying to do for like a month now or 2. But let's say, hypothetically, it's just something that they put together within 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And we haven't heard from Dr. Samura Kamara for possibly a year now or 2, to be precise, about going to a year or 2 now. Since the time with the tripartite report come out, we see few of his messages, them, few of his speeches, them, and then after that, when they put out a round for him for reports, now CID, since that same day, I don't think many Sierra Leoneans have set their eyes on Dr. Samura Kamara. People are worried. People want to know what has gone wrong with him. People want to know where he is. People want to know whether he's okay, whether he's safe. He's not saying much. He's not talking to public. He's not walking around the country. He's not doing basically nothing for people to be visible in the eyes of Sierra Leoneans. So that has raised a huge amount of concern about his safety, his well-being, whether he's okay, whether he's doing fine, whether he's a man that we should not be worried about. So for that reason, he was expected to be the keynote speaker at this particular event today where Islam put together. And Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement used him to be the prime speaker at the prime time of the event. So it is not by accident, it is not by chance, it is not something where they just tell them, say, okay, but we will come you can talk. But I was concerned for a few things. One of my major concerns is the fact that Dr. Samura Kamara appeared when he was announced sitting in a car. Okay. And I'm thinking, sitting in a car? Where is he? Okay. He's dressed in a very casual manner. And again, this to me is the very first time he's coming out publicly to make a statement, possibly a minimum after 6 months or so, or going to a year now. Minimum, possibly. Maybe 6 months going to a year. We haven't physically, visually lay an eye on him in any parts of Sierra Leone. And the way how he appeared tonight seems to be very concerning, my opinion. And the reason why I think I am concerned is the fact that he is casually dressed like somebody who is on the move. And when I say casually dressed, he just wore a polo t-shirt and he looks like somebody who is on the move. And for him to be dressed like that, for me, raised a concern. And the location where he been there also is not a comfortable location. He's sitting in a car and somebody is pointing a light to his paper whilst he was reading. So where is he? But where is he is not my concern. How is he? Why is he not in a comfortable situation? To me, that is not comfortable. Extremely uncomfortable, because I was expecting him to be not suited, because I'm not to suit person, but with a shirt possibly dressed up properly, sitting in front of a desk and addressing 700 plus people on Zoom. I'm being specific now. 700 plus people on Zoom who are looking forward to hear and see him on 4 or 5 major online platforms where their capacity online will possibly sum up to maybe a couple of thousand views. And for him to appear in that state is very much concerning to me. So his message is possibly the same message that he has been saying for the past couple of months or years. So to me, I picked few things up his message that I think I will want to just highlight on later on when I round up. But my concern for him is extremely higher than the message that he delivers. My concern for his well-being is extremely higher than the message that he delivers. I don't know where he is. I don't know why he finds himself where he is. I don't know whether he's in hiding or whether he's running away from something or whether he's in and out of the country. I don't know. But sitting in a car cannot give you a location. Okay? It means this is somebody who is running from something. Pardon me. This is somebody who doesn't want to be pinpoints. This is somebody who doesn't want to be tracked. This is somebody who doesn't want to go into any household that have significant elements of evidence that people can pinpoint. So sitting in a car at night with a torch for you to be able to read has raised a lot of concern for your well-being. I don't know whether this is planned to be that way. I don't know whether you've been advised to do what you did. I don't know whether it was deliberate. I don't know whether it was by accident or it wasn't meant to be what it is. But I think the appearance for tonight's event will have raised a lot of concern about your well-being. So I think the producers of the Slam event should be able to maybe clarify some few things later on for the viewers that were watching on Zoom and on our platforms to say, well, Dr. Samura is either not in hiding or he's in Sierra Leone or he's safe and he's doing extremely well. I think it's very important for us to be able to highlight that. So I'm still pleading on the Slam team. Please, you might either have to put out a statement or you do something to assure Sierra Leoneans about the safety of Dr. Samura Kamara, because the way he appears today may has raised a lot of concern about his well-being. As a statesman, as somebody who has been a 2-time flag bearer for a political party like APC, should appear like that. So to me, that is my view, and that is the concern I might want to raise to Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement to be able to give us some clarification, either by any form of communication online, for people to be rest assured that Dr. Samura Kamara is safe. But going back to his message, I think he spoke about most of the stuff that he's been talking about in the past. And I was jotting down some of the quotation that he was making, one of which was justice is the foundation for peace, which is true. And if you don't have justice, you won't be able to get peace. So I agree with him to say justice is the foundation for peace. And freedom is the oxygen for democracy. Again, I agree with him on that. Freedom is the oxygen for democracy. Because where there is no freedom, democracy will not thrive. That is exactly what is happening in Sierra Leone. So that's why I was questioning the elements of democracy that we have in Sierra Leone. And the third one that he was supposed to mention was one that I was writing and then I did not hear what he was saying. after that because his line went dead, which is about truth. So justice, freedom, and truth is what he was trying to highlight to his viewers of concern. And and looking at that, if we take those three elements into consideration, it means we have a lot to do in Sierra Leone. Because as justice being the foundation for peace, which I think we don't have in Sierra Leone right now, as Sierra Leoneans, we should be able to try as much as possible for each and every Sierra Leonean to have justice, not because of their political career, not because of their name, their region, their religion, their gender, or who they are. Justice should be justice, not for selected few, but for all. But without that, I'm not saying we're not going to have peace, but it will be a very big struggle to regain peace in Sierra Leone if the justice system is not reviewed and reviewed and reviewed. Of course, freedom, you cannot have democracy if you cannot have the freedom of expression. And freedom of expression is to say things as it is, hold governments accountable, hold people to be able to take responsibility of their actions, and just be honest with some of the views and opinions of what people do and say. So without those two, we'll still be in limbo. Well, Dr. Samura highlighted a lot of some of the issues that he's been raising over the past couple of years in terms of the way the election go, in terms of the way the electoral commissioner and the people responsible for the election have conducted themselves to put us to the position that we are right now. So he is still seeking for electoral justice. Yes, it is very important because as Sierra Leoneans, we should be able to know the end product of our elections. We should be able to know who the winners are, who won what, and what counts goes for who. But we still haven't been able to have that opportunity. Well, it's not an opportunity. We still not haven't been able to get that because it is a given thing that we should have. Anywhere there is election, they will count the votes and there will be a result. You cannot just announce the winner without no result. So that is our own right as Sierra Leoneans to be able to know who won that election and why are we in the position that we are in right now. But he mentioned 3 R's, and those 3 R's are very important 3 R's. If we look at those 3 R's that he mentioned, it means we can move forward, but we cannot move forward if those 3 R's are not addressed. That is what I think he was trying to say. And the reason why I'm saying those 3 R's are very relevant in his speech is because he mentioned them a lot in his speech, and I think at the end, he also managed to put them together collectively and summarize his message to his audience. One of the R is to reconcile. To reconcile as Sierra Leoneans is very important. But what are we reconciling to? How do we reconcile? What has been done wrong to us for us to reconcile? And who is supposed to do the reconciliation of whatever may have happened? So he mentioned to reconcile, which means we should come together and forget about the past and move on. Okay, but how are we going to do that? What is going to be the significance of reconciling to each other or say, let's forget about the past, let's back on and move on? So we have to think about it. And then the next R that he mentioned is reformed. Okay, what are we going to reform? Are we going to reform the constitution of Sierra Leone? Are we going to reform the constitution of APC again? Are we going to reform the electoral commission itself as an entity responsible for holding elections in Sierra Leone? Are we going to reform our individual self? Are we going to reform the political parties that we have? What are we going to reform? So to reform, yes, it is okay. To reform what? Is the reformation that we're going to be putting in place is going to make a drastic change for the betterment of Sierra Leoneans, the betterment of individuals. So we have to look at what sort of reforms that we're going to be in the position to execute or put in place. Are we going to do legislative reforms? Are we going to do industrial reforms? Are we going to do political reforms? Are we going to do civil society reforms? Are we going to do the judicial reform? So what sort of reformation are we going to get involved in? So for as much as we have to reform the country, we have to reform certain elements, we now have to be specific of what we should be reforming. What are we looking at? And the last of the R is to rise again. So reconcile, reformed, and rise again. So what? Are we rising again? So is Dr. Samura giving us a message to say he's reconciling now? And after that, he's working on reforming. And then is he going to rise again? So those are the three R's that I picked up from his message. And those three R's are very significant to either his state of mind right now or his intention of what he might want to do going forward. So when you put all those three R's together, will determine what Dr. Samura wants to do in the short term, in the mid term, or in the long term. So those three R's are very much important, is to reconcile, to reform, and rise again. I will leave it there and possibly round up and say thank you. And to me, I want to say thank you to Slam because it is an opportunity for us to come and have this discussion. But I think maybe in the next couple of weeks, we might find a way to get one of their leaders or the pioneer behind Slam, who is Dr. Fuller. Maybe we can get their media team, either one of them. I cannot be specific right now to call just a name or single out any one of them anyway, but I think those 2 or 3 individuals that I may mention are very pivotal to the Slam movement. And I wish they can come and have a discussion and review by themselves what this whole online conference means to them and what are the benefits of the online conference and how are they going to be able to evaluate this online conference to work in the interest of the agenda that they have as Sierra Leonean or Sierra Leone Advocacy Movement, which is Islam. So I will leave it to that for now and see whether I will be able to make a call later on in the day tomorrow to see how we can best facilitate to have them on board and have a discussion about the Islam online conference. So on behalf of the Sierra Leone Media team, I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to all those that were watching earlier on and to all those that were on the Zoom chat and to all those that were watching on our platforms on YouTube and Facebook and to all those that have made significant contribution, not just to themselves, but also to Sierra Leone as a nation. And to the SLAM team, I want to say thank you once more for bringing this program online. And it is a success in terms of participation, but I think there are lessons to be learned going forward, and those lessons should be taken seriously so that the next event that you're putting together should be one of a lifetime that everybody will remember. So on behalf of the technical team from the Sierra Leone Media side, I would love to say thank you to you all for watching and have a blessed and lovely week. And don't forget, we might be on Thursday with another edition of How They Go Inside the Republic. So if you're on YouTube and you're not subscribed to our program or our channel, please subscribe to our channel so that you'll have notification for whenever we come up live. If you're on Facebook and you don't follow us, please follow us so that you can have a notification whenever we come up live, because sometimes we don't advertise some of our programs, especially like this one. So on behalf of the Sierra Leone Media team, I would love to say thank you and tata.